gonna start. All right. Can you put my volume up in the room? Can you put my speaker volume up? Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everyone. It's good. This is a great crowd. Thank you all for those that were able to make it today. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, May 14th, 2026, and welcome. This is the beginning of our Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting. We are now beginning the meeting, and for those of you who have been here before, thank you. Welcome back to WQCC. For those members that this is your first meeting, welcome to WQCC. This is a yearly meeting of all the regional water quality control board members and state board members, and it's an honor to be able to be your MC over the course of these 2 days. You all know me. My name is Joaquin. We're joined today as well by board member Sean McGuire, board member Nicole Morgan, and apologies, one moment. My mic is actually going off on me. All right. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. So we are being by Vice Chair. We're going to try this one instead. All right. We are being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and tomorrow we'll be joined by Board Member Laurel Firestone. I want to acknowledge and thank, again, all the regional board members, but also the executive officers and chairs of the regional boards. We're joined this morning from Region 1 by Valerie Quinto and Alex Hart. Region 2, we're being joined by Eileen White and Donald Young. Region 3, we have Executive Officer Ryan Lodge and Chair Jane Gray. Region 4, we have Executive Officer Susana Arredondo and joined by Chair David Nahai. From Region 5, we have EO Patrick Palupa and Chair Nick Avedis. In Region 6, Ben Letton, EO, and Jeff Liu, Chair. Region 7, we're being joined by our EO, Mike Plasencia, and our Chair, Vivian Perez. And in Region 8, we have our EO, Eric Lindberg, apologies, and John Skandura, our Chair. And then Region 9, always not last but not least, we have David Gibson, our Executive Officer, and Gary Strawn, our Chair. So just thank you for all the folks here coming into attendance. A few housekeeping notes. First, this is a hybrid meeting, so do remember that we are being live streamed and we have virtual participants. The live stream is both on the YouTube Live website and the Cali PA Live website. If you need to use the restroom, the bathrooms are out the door and to the left. We do have water and coffee and snacks and pastries. If you have a chance, do please give a $10 donation to Meredith to help cover the cost of things. Lunch will be on our own, and so there is going to be a bodega market, though, here at the plaza, so folks should feel free to be able to join that. Additionally, we have headshots again. We've been doing this each year, and so folks should avail themselves of the opportunity to grab headshots. During the course of our discussion, we'll be using Slido as we've used in previous years, and so on the tables there are QR codes that let you get onto the platform. It'll be a way for folks to be able to submit questions, provide feedback, engage through the course of the day. We'll certainly have opportunities and space for conversation and discussion amongst us, but that's another also efficient way of making sure that we're getting everyone's voice into the room and connecting on what I know is a broad swath of issues that we're all here facing collectively. A quick just note on agenda. After this rocky introduction, we will pivot over to the panel. Our first panel will be our leadership panel with Secretary Garcia, representatives from the governor's office, and Eric Oppenheimer will give an overview of State Water Board priorities. Then at about 11 o'clock, we'll transition into two items. One will be an update on our wastewater needs assessment. The other will be an update on the irrigated lands regulatory program work. We'll head into lunch. We'll have a budget update, a tranche of regional board updates in the afternoon, and then we'll end the day with a discussion around board member expectations and a legal update. That'll bring us into tomorrow, which will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll have a legislative update to begin. We'll then dive into a funding update from the Division of Financial Assistance, and then have an emerging issues discussion around data centers. I'll take a quick break. Tomorrow's day is shorter than today, so we'll be adjourning at about 1:30, and we'll end up the day with a discussion with Ben Rogers, our new IT director, to talk about his vision and the work ongoing around our data systems. And then the meeting will wrap up with our last tranche of updates from the regions. So we have a packed 2 days. There's a lot to discuss. I just want to give my thanks. I know how busy everyone's schedules are. I know how difficult it can be to carve out 2 days to be here. So we've stocked it full of discussions that we hope are really meaningful to you as regional board members. Please do mix and match amongst yourselves. This is a really incredible opportunity really to have cross discussion across regions. You all are busy on incredible projects, all in your own right, and just really fortunate for the service that you keep providing to the state of California. We certainly are in a bit uncertain times, both, understanding we're trying to figure out who the next administration will be, certainly, but also when we think of the pressures on our work, whether that's climate change, whether it's the affordability challenges we know communities are facing, whether it's the aging infrastructure and the whole nexus amongst those challenges, we have continued opportunity to just continue to serve Californians better. Really proud of the work that we've been able to do over the course of these years, seems okay. Also not gonna. It seems like all of our mics are presenting. All right, I'm going to go back to this one, and hopefully it doesn't cut out on me. All to say, I know that there is a lot of challenges out there. There's a lot of work that folks are gunning on, and I think we have an opportunity right now to also reflect on what we've done these last years. I know it's always on to the next. It's always the next fire that we're looking to put out. But when we really sit and reflect on the work that the water boards have done over the course of the last 8 years, there's an incredible amount to be proud of. I think of the racial equity work and resolutions that have been passed. I think of COVID and the challenge that I know it was for our employees and ourselves to manage through. And all through that, the boards have only continued to refine their approach and their work, and to deliver ultimately when it comes to protecting the quality of the state's waters, protecting the communities that we serve. And so just thank you. Thank you for the time that we're going to have here today over the course of the next 2 days. I do hope our microphones cooperate better, but appreciate the patience across that. And so we can go ahead and dive into our leadership updates and want to. No, this one. We can go ahead and transition to our leadership updates and welcome Secretary Garcia. Good to see you. And Bianca Sievers in the governor's office. Good to see you both.
Thank you. Thanks, Joaquin. Hi, everyone. Sorry to not be able to be with you all in person in the room, but thanks to those of you who are joining in Sacramento and all of you who are joining online. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to connect with in person, I'm Yana Garcia. I'm the secretary at Cali, PA. I have the great pleasure and privilege of working with so many of you and the rest of our boards and departments, and just really grateful for all of the work that you're doing. In addition to, of course, the service that you all are putting forward for all of us statewide as board members, You bring a lot of very needed steady leadership in these uncertain times. I think Joaquin put it well at the top that, it's no secret that we're looking at a gubernatorial transition pretty quickly here toward the end of the year, but also more importantly, the work that you all are doing and that we're doing statewide is punctuated by the increasing need to deal with a changing climate. The wetter wet weather and dry weather, as the governor likes to say. And I know you all are in the throes and in the thick of dealing with all of that on a day-to-day basis. I want to start with, talking about a little bit of what makes us really proud about the accomplishments that you all have been so instrumental in really achieving since 2019. And some of this you know, but bear with me because I think it's worth pausing for a moment and really celebrating the work that we've been able to do together. And I'll start with some of the work that we've done to deliver safe and clean drinking water to Californians. As many of you know, over 98% of Californians have access to safe and clean drinking water in their homes or schools, but the remaining 2% deserve that delivery from us as well. And thank you to all of you for the work that you've accomplished over the past 8 years, which has delivered nearly a million more Californians access to safe and affordable drinking water. We've provided in the past almost 8 years, $1.8 billion for drinking water projects in disadvantaged communities. It's a huge source of pride for all of us across the water board, at the state board, the regional boards, but also for the governor directly. And we've completed more than 180 drinking water consolidations, benefiting over 360,000 people. I don't need to explain to you how complex our work is around consolidations, how much patience it takes, how much diligence it takes, and the sort of partnership that it takes to get these done. And so I want to thank you for your participation in that. Now, on top of that, the state and regional water boards have been instrumental in helping to increase our water supplies, again, in the face of a hotter and drier climate. Since 2019, you all have distributed about $12 billion for projects that capture and recycle more water, clean up and recharge groundwater, expand access to safe drinking water and sanitation, and improve stormwater management. We all know that there's much more to be done, but again, pausing here to really celebrate that accomplishment, I think is very important for us. Now, as we all are aware as well, increased frequency and severity of wildfires is something that we all face and is another stark reminder of the climate crisis that we find ourselves in. Now, with that in mind, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone for your continued support on wildfire recovery, particularly in Los Angeles, but also statewide. Your ongoing water quality monitoring, restoration work, and burn scars throughout the state, and your efforts to address and reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire that threatens public health and safety and our ecosystems across California cannot be understated. The importance of that cannot be understated. Now, at this time last year, Governor Newsom had just issued a state of emergency proclamation to confront wildfire risk, which in part gave to the CNRA Secretary Crowfoot and me the authority to suspend a range of regulatory requirements to fast-track wildfire safety projects. I want to highlight the Water Board's role in helping to develop best management practices for those secretarial suspensions, which are critical. Thanks to your efforts, 385 projects have been approved, totaling more than 90,000 acres statewide, with most of those projects being approved in as little as 30 days. Of the approved projects, 145 have started and 43 are already complete. Now, in February, Secretary Crowfoot and I also issued a joint Cutting the Green Tape memorandum, which was shared with the state and regional board executive teams. And the memorandum really highlights the successes of cutting the green tape of that initiative and laid out direction for next steps. And under the banner of cutting the green tape, we've streamlined permitting, simplified funding, and delivered vital environmental improvements across a myriad of landscapes and watersheds. The Water Board's team's work is instrumental in helping to ensure that collectively we're moving faster and more effectively to restore streams and wetlands, to improve landscape health, and so much more. As an example, the State Water Board's statewide restoration general order to streamline compliance for large restoration projects enables sediment removal, fish fish passage, water conservation, and riparian restoration, removing over 100,000 cubic yards of sediment each year and delivering broad environmental benefits. In 2025, this saved applicants an average of $25,730 and reduced processing time by 5.5 months per project. The dedication, collaboration, and commitment that everyone at the state and regional water boards has brought to this initiative has truly made a difference, and that deserves to be celebrated. We know we need to move faster and more nimbly to effectively confront climate change. So I wanted to give some of those examples to you all. Again, I'm sure you're aware of them, but I think important to underscore because they really show the modernization of our processes that are needed to meet the moment ahead of us as we continue to confront the impacts of climate change. Now, finally, because this has been such an area of direct partnership, and a shout out to Dave Gibson and your team on this for maintaining such a critical focus on this area of work. I appreciate the responsiveness on the Tijuana River sewage issue that continues to be a challenge for so many of our residents, and it continues to be a subject of so much media and public attention, yet you all have maintained a steady focus on the long-term solutions that we need. This year's budget included $50 million in Prop 4 funds for the Water Board to grant for projects that address water quality problems in California and Mexico. This, of course, includes the Tijuana River and the New River challenges across our border. So wanted to also underscore the importance of our ongoing work here. Speaking of the budget, as you know, we're in the middle of the budget process. The governor's May revised budget proposal for fiscal year 26-27 is being released right now. And over the past 8 years, we've delivered sustained progress toward protecting public health and the environment while advancing economic growth, investing in climate resilience, strengthening water safeguards, and ensuring that every community in California, regardless of size or economic status, has access to the fundamental right of safe, clean, and reliable drinking water. I know you all will be discussing the budget in more detail in a later session, so I'll just say for now that while some details may change during ongoing budget discussions, our commitment to these priorities will not. And I welcome any questions or any commentary that you want to direct to us. We are here to discuss any questions that you might have coming out of today's announcements. Finally, I really want to thank you again for your partnership in taking on the incredible challenges and opportunities ahead of us. I will end with where we began in terms of the transition that is in front of us. You all know well, for those of you who I've been able to work with closely, I personally will not waver in my commitment to delivering clean and safe water to all Californians, to ensuring that everyone has access to healthy landscapes and ecosystems as well. And I appreciate all of you and your dedication to the same. I know that you all will maintain that steadfast commitment through this transition, and I think that will only position us better to continue the great work ahead of us. So thank you again for all of your work and dedication. Thank you to your teams, to your staff, to all of you there in the room, and of course joining us online. Happy to take a question or two if we have time for that, but if not, you all know how to reach me. And thanks again for the time to be with you here this morning. Over to you, Joaquin.
Thank you incredibly, Secretary, for your leadership as well and your team, across that work, thinking of the wildfire response, thinking of even the work around drinking water, being able to coordinate with the other BDOs within Cali, PA, be able to stitch our regulatory authorities and importantly ensure that they're delivering for communities has been incredible to be able to witness. And just so thank you for your leadership here across it and your time and your personal commitment. It means an incredible lot, I know, for folks here. Looking to the room quickly, if anyone has any questions that they'd like to, burning questions they'd like to ask the Secretary right now. And if not, again, through the course of these 2 days, if things are coming up, you have questions on the budget or questions about coordination across Cali, PA, we can definitely make sure and be responsive. So thank you, Secretary. I know how busy things are. I know it's a big budget day. And so really appreciate your presence and words here with us.
Of course. Thank you all very much. Talk soon.
And now we'll have the honor of introducing Bianca Sievers, the Governor's Advisor here on water. Good to see you, Bianca. Thank you so much for being here with us as well this morning.
Thank you, Joaquin. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Um, Apologies, I don't have a ton of time today. As Yana mentioned, we do have an intense budget rollout that's happening right now. So I just wanted to take this opportunity and appreciate the invitation from Joaquin to come and speak to you all today. I started this job in December 2024. And while on paper that doesn't seem like a long time, it's felt like a very long time in terms of the number of things that we collectively as a team have been able to accomplish together. I think um, with the Trump administration coming in, it's definitely been a challenge for us to think about how we navigate kind of differently when our federal partners are potentially changing their perspectives on things that we had previously had maybe more of a smoother partnership with the previous administration. I think sitting in this chair, I have the privilege to sometimes hear, and Secretary Garcia has eloquently rolled up a lot of our global statistics of success. And I do want to commend this group because those are significant success stories. But I also think those, numbers as we look at the end of an administration doesn't really tell the whole story. And in my kind of short time in this chair, I have had the privilege of working with quite a number of you in this room and maybe for those online as well. And we have some really big challenges ahead of us in the water space. And I just want to commend this group for being able to be so adaptable to think in both kind of short-term emergency response, always at the ready, for whatever has been thrown at us, whether it was the LA fires, whether it was COVID, whether it was flooding, whether it was the significant drought that we experienced throughout this administration. I think there's just been an incredible dedication and focus by this team to make sure that no one was forgotten or left behind in those extreme weather periods or extreme hazards that have occurred. I think simultaneously, what I've really admired about a lot of the folks here is the ability to think both in that kind of short-term need, but also long-term need. And I've really seen that come out in a lot of your planning documents. I think, Joaquin, you mentioned some of the racial equity plans that the water boards has been thinking about and has been implementing. And I'm really proud of you all for really focusing equity in a lot of the work that you do. It excites me that California is still positioned to be a national leader and global leader as we think about the future of water management. And I just am really thankful to you all for continuously centering around what I believe is most important, which is really making space and creating a forum for real community members to participate in policymaking. And I think that that is fundamental to the water board's ethos, which is it's about the people. And we have to make sure that we are creating spaces and forums in which all ranges of folks' backgrounds can participate in that. And I think again and again, and just having personal conversations with many of you, that is echoed up and down your organizations. And I just really appreciate that you all have really championed the governor's California for All ethos, because I think when we look forward into the future, and there will be tough decisions that we have to make beyond, my time in this position, I think we will all be confident that you all are going to continue carrying that torch and centering around the people of California and our ecosystems and making sure that we are continuing to balance those needs. And, I think that there is going to be many challenges that we are not yet aware of. I think especially as it comes to climate change, Mother Nature is unpredictable in many ways. But I have immense faith that this team will continue to carry what's important and balance those needs appropriately. So I just wanted to extend upon you all on behalf of the Newsom administration a big thanks and a big kudos, because I know when I look at those stats, I know there's been a lot of work behind those accomplishments and successes. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart, and keep up the good work. We still have a few more months in this administration, so it's not over yet, but just thank you for your time and really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Bianca. Really appreciate. Thank you for those words and for your leadership here amongst it. It's hard to believe it's only been 2 years. So much has unfolded, and through all that, you continue to be a champion for the boards, and appreciate you coming to understand us. And to your point, know our process, know who we are, and know that we are nothing but a very public oriented and publicly engaged organization and institutions here, trying to tackle some of the most difficult issues here in our communities. And you have to bring folks together. And to your point, we have, I know, a lot of challenges unfolding here into the future, but it's that core, that ethos, and that process that I think can help us, no matter what it is that we encounter, be our best and do our best here for the people of California. So thank you. It means a lot. I know how incredibly busy you are on this day. And so thanks for being here with us and providing your leadership and words. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it.
We'll see you soon. Thank you, Bianca. All right, next, I'd love to hand things over to Aubrey here from the Governor's Appointments Office. Thank you so much, Aubrey, for joining us. There's a little button there. You should be able to, it should work. We'll see. It's been rocky this morning.
We're all good.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here with all you guys today, and I appreciate you guys for coming. I'm Aubrey Anthony. I'm a Deputy Appointment Secretary here in the Governor's Office. Morgan says her hellos and wishes that she could be here, but as you guessed, there's a little something called the budget out, so she is a little busy, but I just wanted to take the time to thank you guys for your service and continued dedication. So I just wanted to start off with some good news. As I've transitioned into this portfolio and able to take over these tasks from Morgan, I've had multiple appointees, or incoming appointees, I should say, that I've been able to process. So there should be some announcements here soon. So yeah, be on the stay for some new board members. But besides that, not too many updates from me, but I wanted to quickly just chat about the upcoming 930 reappointments. As some of you guys know, you guys are up for reappointment and may be eligible. I just wanted to share, I will be reaching out in the next coming months or so. It may get close to the deadline, but trust me, I will reach out, and I will make sure to everyone has the opportunity to interview and express their interest in reappointment. So just please be on the lookout for that. I do operate under the assumption that if you don't reach out to me, I think you're interested. So if you are for any reason not interested in reappointment, please reach out. Please let me know. It just saves us both a little bit of time. And then besides that, I just wanted to share for those boards that are, struggling with quorum a little bit, or, there are vacancies, please reach out to people in your community who you think may be interested in serving, always open to have these conversations. We're going to appoint to the last day. So if there is anybody who's available and you think will be willing to serve, I just want to throw it out there that please have them reach out to me. Happy to talk. But that is really it for me, unless anyone has any questions or anything like that.
Thank you, Aubrey. Just looking to folks, if there's any appointments questions for Aubrey now. Yes?
Yeah. Hey.
There's a, please use.
Appointments to the last day.
Yes, I mean, I can't speak for the governor. So at the end of the day, he is the one who makes the appointments. But yes, we will be working through appointments and making recommendations all the way up to the last day if there's vacancies and abilities. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Aubrey quickly here? All right. And if you do, though, you know where to reach Aubrey. And I thank you all again. And as Aubrey said, it's always, I know, just a Sisyphusian task of keeping the boards populated, getting new folks in, and supporting you all. So just reach out if you really have folks in mind or need the support. So thank you, Aubrey.
Awesome.
All right, I'll kick things over to Eric Oppenheimer, the Executive Director here at the State Water Resources Control Board.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Morning. As you can see, due to the challenging budget situation, we can't afford batteries for the microphones, but we'll work on that.
Savings.
Just start off by saying it's just always great to be at WQCC. I've been at a lot of these now. It's really just a great environment to be around people that care so much about advancing our mission and about California water. Nice to see all the familiar faces and the new faces. Great to have new people joining us. Today, I have a short presentation. I promise it's short. Gonna just cover some priorities, big priorities ahead for the State Water Board, and also talk a little bit about accomplishments over the administration. And I think you'll hear some common themes from the secretaries and Secretary Garcia and Deputy Secretary Seaver's remarks. And I really want to start off by also thanking them as well, not only for being here, but just for being so accessible to the water boards when we have a challenge that we need help with. They always pick up the phone, and they've just been steadfast supporters of our mission, and really appreciate their leadership and partnership, and wanted to call that out. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to kick this discussion on priorities off just by mentioning, just last month, we completed at the State Board our updated strategic work plan for 2026. This is a process that we've been going through for the last 7 or 8 years, and I mention it because it's a really great document for anybody who's interested in knowing sort of what our focus is going to be for the next 1 to 3 years. I would say some of these priorities will go longer than that, but that's sort of the planning horizon for this document. We were a little late getting it done this year. We usually try to get it done at the beginning of each calendar year, but we did what I would call a mild refresh of the strategic work plan this year. There are roughly 48 distinct priorities that are captured in this work plan. I obviously won't be talking about all 48 of those, but there's a lot in there, and I recommend folks take a look at that if they're interested in it. The work plan is organized around 4 main themes. The first is protecting public health. The second is protecting watersheds and marine waters and ecosystems. The third is increasing resilience in the face of climate change. And then lastly, there's an inward-looking theme, which is looking at strengthening our relationships, both internally and externally, strengthening our systems, and just increasing our organizational capacity. Next slide, please. One of the changes that we made this year was to further organize those 48 actions or 48 priorities around into 3 categories, 3 different types of priorities. First is programmatic priorities that are more long-term focal areas for the board and for the administration. And all of these priorities that I'm going to talk about they're all critical. They're all high priority. It's not like one's more important than the other, but we just categorized them this way to make our work plan a little bit more useful and to give a better sense of timing. And so the second 2 categories are immediate priorities, and these are actions that will come before the board or should come before the board this calendar year for an action. Whereas the ongoing priorities are equally as important, but may come before the board in the form of an information item, but we think it's going to take a little bit longer than this calendar year to actually take a final action on them. Why don't we go to the next slide? So again, 48 total priorities in this list. It's always hard to pick a sampling of what I wanted to highlight, but I did my best to do that, starting off with the Bay Delta Plan update. This is one of our top priorities. We've been working on an update of the Water Quality Control Plan or the Bay Delta Plan for over a decade now. The Delta is just critical to state water supply. It is the hub of the California water supply system. It's also a very important ecosystem and home to a wide array of aquatic species, including a number of threatened and endangered species. And, over the last 10 years, the species just have not been doing well. They're on the decline. So the purpose of our Bay Delta Plan update really is to provide reasonable protection for the fish and wildlife beneficial uses, but also balance that against the importance of the water supply reliability for really the entire state. And so again, top priority for the board. I do anticipate and I'm confident that we will bring that to the board for consideration this calendar year. Next on the list are two big water right projects that are ongoing, the Delta Conveyance Project and the Sites Reservoir water right process, water right. One's a water right petition, one's a water right application. These are pending adjudicatory water right processes, and we're under strict ex parte requirements around these projects and really can't discuss them. The one thing I can say is that we are committed to fair, efficient, and timely processing of the proceedings that are currently underway. You've already heard a bit about the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience program and some of the successes around that. We call it the SAFER program because the full name is a bit of a mouthful. But this is really it's a program that was started in 2019, created by the approval or enactment of SB 200. And it's really a suite of tools, people, and funding focused on providing water, mainly for disadvantaged communities, safe water, mainly for disadvantaged communities in the state. It's been a very successful program, as Secretary Garcia has talked about. And as she mentioned, and I always like to start off discussions on drinking water by saying that 98% of Californians receive water that meet safe drinking water standards. And California has some of the most stringent and protective safe drinking water standards in the country, if not the most protective. And so we do a great job as a state providing and achieving safe drinking water. That said, as of this morning, there were still about 400 water systems. There still are about 400 water systems that serve about 613,000 Californians that are on our failing water systems list. And so, that will be a priority, a continued priority for the Water Board to continue to chip away at that number and bring it down as low as we possibly can with the tools and the resources that we have. That is an area that we are really committed to and dedicated to working to doing whatever it takes to get that number as low as we possibly can. To that end, we've set an internal goal for ourselves to get 90% of the systems that were on the failing list in 2019 off that list and having safe and reliable water by 2030. And we meet weekly on that, and as an executive team, and follow up, and are really focused on bringing that 613,000 number down as low as we possibly can. Two more big priorities this year that we're focused on: irrigated lands regulatory program and the wastewater needs assessment. I'm not going to talk about those since you're going to be hearing more about both those in the upcoming panel. Additionally, harmful algal bloom strategy, I'd say harmful algal blooms or HABs are another area of really increasing focus and concern for all of us at the water boards. We're seeing greater frequencies of HAB outbreaks. We're seeing HAB outbreaks extend to areas that we hadn't seen in the past. So it's a growing concern for the state, and we're concerned about a future scenario where the impacts to public health and recreation are just amplified. And so as a start, we're dedicated to developing a harmful algal bloom strategy. This document, and we intend to complete it this year, is really going to just try to articulate what we're doing across all the water boards, what we can do in the future, and it's really going to serve as a coordination and communication document. It's certainly not a be-all, end-all, but it's going to be sort of a launch point to take an aggressive stance against trying to do our best to address the growing HAB concerns in the state. And then lastly, I'll just mention tribal beneficial uses. There's an increased interest both from tribes, California tribes, and from the state board and all of the regional boards in developing tribal beneficial uses. But progress has been slow. It's been challenging. The process is arcane. It's not well understood. A lot of the existing beneficial uses that are in our basin plans were set decades ago when there wasn't the same issues and hurdles. And we are working now on developing guidance for developing tribal beneficial uses that we also intend to complete this year. And really the goal of that guidance is to bring consistency and understanding on how tribal beneficial uses are developed, so that we're all working from the same understanding and the same set of rules. The goal really is to help facilitate and, where appropriate, accelerate the designation of tribal beneficial uses. We think it will be helpful externally, especially for tribes, to give them an understanding, to help us work with them, and also for the regional boards and the state board to better understand what's required in the designation of tribal beneficial uses. Also on tribal beneficial uses, or as we call them, TBUs, another area where we see progress is as part of the Bay Delta Plan. That was the first priority I mentioned at the outset here. And there, as part of that, we're currently proposing to incorporate both the tribal subsistence beneficial use and the tribal cultural beneficial use in the Bay Delta Plan for the first time. Additionally, for the tribal cultural use, the current proposal is to broadly designate the tribal cultural use in the Bay Delta Plan for the waters of the Bay Delta, essentially using the concept that salmon, which is one of the species we're aiming to protect through this Bay Delta Plan update, that salmon really is intrinsic to the culture and lifeways of so many Native American tribes in the state. And so essentially where salmon exists, so do the cultural beneficial uses. So this we see as an important and creative step forward in potentially designating tribal beneficial uses. As I said, that's the proposal. It has to go to the State Water Board later this year. But we see that, again, as a great way to advance TBUs. Why don't we go to the next slide, please? So major accomplishments going back to 2019, really looking at the Newsom administration. Some overlap, actually a great deal of overlap with the remarks that you've heard earlier. I guess in reflecting on the last 7 years, it's hard not to think about the accomplishments in the context of a lot of the challenges that we've had. There have been some huge challenges over the last 7 years for both California and for the water boards, right? We've had some pretty deep droughts punctuated by really wets. We've had historical and catastrophic wildfire. We've had administrative challenges like an 8% reduction in our operating expense and a reduction of over 100 vacant positions. There's just been a number of huge challenges. A global pandemic, how can we forget about that, to name a few. But despite all these challenges, I really do feel it has been a time of remarkable achievement for the State Water Board. Right at the top, and again, Secretary Garcia hit on this, I think it bears emphasis, expanding access to safe drinking water. That has been job one for the State Water Board. We are really proud of the progress we've made. We acknowledge, as I said earlier, we're not resting on our laurels. There is still a huge amount of work to do, but you do have to look back and think about some of those numbers you heard. $1.8 billion granted to small communities for safe drinking water. 180, I think the number was, drinking water consolidations, and we're currently working on 200 more. And then the big one, 1 million Californians today who have safe and reliable water that did not have it at the beginning of the administration. That is huge. Again, Secretary Garcia talked about it, but $12 billion in funding allocated for water infrastructure projects. These are wastewater projects. These are wastewater recycling projects. These are drinking water projects. These are cleanup projects. The number, I think, gets thrown around a lot, the 12 billion. That is a big number. I think what is sometimes lost on people is the work that our Division of Financial Assistance does in matching funding sources to projects and the creativity and skill that they bring in combining different funding sources for different projects to make them viable projects where they otherwise may not be. There's a lot behind that 12 billion that I don't think, a lot of work and creativity that I'm not sure people grasp when we put that number out. Led the nation in direct potable reuse and water conservation regulations. During this administration, we adopted a regulation for direct potable reuse, and we adopted a major regulation for water conservation that I actually talked about, I believe, at the last WQCC. These are very future-facing regulations that are going to position the state for climate change, for the future water supply needs. Direct potable reuse, it's a very specific application. We don't know at this point how much water it will produce, but we do think it's an important tool in the toolbox that exists now that did not exist 7 years ago. And then the Making Conservation of California Way of Life regulation, we have forecasted that will save approximately 400,000 acre feet by forget if it's 2030 or 2040, but 400,000 acre feet, that's a good chunk of water. Next, arrearages program delivered the largest water and wastewater debt relief program in California history. So during the pandemic, there were a lot of people that were really hurting financially. They couldn't pay their water bills. They were under threat of their water being turned off. And due to funding that was allocated through a number of sources, we moved very quickly to distribute $1 billion to water systems and wastewater systems, almost $1 billion, to pay water debt. And this prevented these people from having their water shut off. It did another important thing. It provided them with the debt relief, so they didn't leave the pandemic with an unpayable debt that they couldn't never catch up on. And we did it in absolute record time. We see this as, a huge accomplishment that we're really proud of. Next, strengthen water rights management through drought response. And we also developed a modern data system. So those are sort of two distinct actions. Strengthening water rights during the drought. Like I said, we had a very deep drought. For the first time in, I'd say, modern history, we were able to exercise the water rights system by developing very quickly a set of emergency regulations that allowed us to develop a method to curtail water rights in order of priority, such that, again, we could simply exercise the water rights system in an orderly way and at the same time ensure water is available for basic health and safety needs. And then additionally, we just completed a major overhaul of our water rights data system that will make data much more usable and accessible and feed into our ability in the future to better administer the water rights system. That system's called CalWaters. It was launched last fall, and we're going to continue to build on both the emergency regulations and the curtailment methodologies and the data system. And then lastly, and critically, advancing racial equity. Two huge accomplishments. One, the board adopted what I would consider a quite broad and sweeping resolution on racial equity, and that was paired with a racial equity action plan that put together a large suite of actions to both advance racial equity in terms of our workforce and making sure that our workforce is diverse and inclusive, as well as looking outwardly at our programs to really assess our programs and make sure that when we administer our programs, we're considering equity and certainly not exacerbating existing programs. We follow up on that racial equity action plan every year. We've made a huge amount of progress. Again, a lot of work to still do there, and we're committed to following through on that work. I think that's it. Next slide. Yes, so I will leave it there with the beautiful Mendocino coast. And again, it's great to be here, and thanks for the time today.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your steady hand and leadership across all that. It was really great to be able to hear that recap of accomplishments. There has been a lot that we've gotten done, and we still feel the urgency certainly of the work still to come. But I think it's confidence building to know that we can tackle big things and are, and just an honor to have you. Questions for Eric? You can put him on the hot seat. He doesn't get away without questions too. If folks have a question, please. And please do use the mic there. The button will turn it on. Once it's green, you're good.
Hi, Yan Tu from Region 9 in San Diego. You mentioned direct portable reuse regulation is done. Do you have project on the pipeline already?
I know we don't have projects, in motion. I believe there's a couple that are sort of in early phases, but I'm actually probably not the best person to answer that. I don't know if anyone's in the room that knows more about that, but
There's definitely projects. I know that Valley Water is contemplating a direct potable reuse project. So is Santa Monica. San Diego, I think, has their pure, and then certainly Southern California through the Metropolitan Water District has their pure water project as well. So I think all the agencies out there, not all, a number of the large agencies that are resourced enough to really be looking at DPR are, but there's not yet, say, like a permit, or application in yet. I think they're all, I truly, some of them jockeying to figure out who's going to be able to claim to be the first DPR project within the state. So looking forward to having them.
Hi, Alex Hart, Region 1. I submitted this online, but as it relates to the California's Forever City project, I'm curious if that's a part of the discussion or the planning within the Bay Delta Plan, and if it is, what can be shared with the crowd today about how they're factoring that into the Bay Delta Plan.
yeah, a specific project like that it's not being contemplated as part of the Bay Delta Plan at this, if at anything, it would be under like a cumulative or a cumulative impacts type of analysis, but I don't believe we factor that in because at this point it's sort of, it's too speculative.
Looking to the room if there's any other questions. And Eric will be around, so if anything does come up, feel free to reach out to him. Another round of applause for all of our leadership folks. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, Eric, and Secretary Garcia and Bianca. Really appreciate it. Okay, we will now transition to our next panel. And as we do, I did just want to remind folks, we do have the Slido up. Thank you I have the questions now up as well. And there is a word cloud question on there. If you all want to contribute, the question is, what's one word that kind of tries to capture your feeling for the time ahead? And we'll circle back to what everyone's, kind of feelings are around that as we go to lunch. Give a moment for folks to transition here. And as we do, would love to hand it over to Board Member Nicole Morgan to introduce this next item.
Well, good morning, everyone. So I have the honor of introducing the wastewater needs assessment item. So this one here is truly an honor for me. Not only do we have a wonderful group of expertise leading this item, it is also near and dear to me. So I am not going to go on and on because I can. Just want to give you just a brief introduction to this item. This is a long time coming. We are, all of us deal with wastewater. What kids go through our collection system, underground, our facilities. And as you know, we have not only a decent number of MPDS facilities, but a large number of WDR facilities throughout the state. In addition, we also work with our counties on our septic systems. So now we know what we know about our MPDS systems. They are self-reporting. Those come in. We have the data on those. Our WDRs, well, we know quite a bit about those, but there's some that we don't because we have the resources that we have, and we get out there, we see them. Some of those permits may be, a decade or so old, And, we're doing our best to get out there and to take a look at those systems and to see what condition they're in and to update the permits. A lot of these systems, they're remote, they're small. The communities that are served by them are also underserved communities that cannot afford the infrastructure upgrades to, to adequately serve the wastewater that is coming into to these land discharge systems. These land discharge systems can negatively impact groundwater. And so what we want to do is have a better understanding of what is occurring throughout the state, have a better grasp, just as was done with the drinking water needs assessment. We want to do the same thing on the wastewater side. And since July of 2024, this team has led a group of, I believe it's like 30 advisory group members. So there are advisory group members throughout the state, wide variety of expertise. Some have great expertise. Some are coming in just because they're passionate about what is happening throughout California and they want to contribute to the conversation. There has been 8 meetings to date where they've come together. They've come up with, hey, this is how we're going to walk through the assessment that is going to wrap up at the end of next fiscal year, and how we're going to develop methodology, how we're going to have a system that is not going to just give us a one-time report, but something that we can reproduce year after year to understand what is occurring throughout our state. They have been working on some items, I'm not going to steal all of their thunder. They've been working on some items that are one of a kind, first time that has occurred in the nation, and really pushing the limits on how we can, throughout the state, gain a better understanding of our wastewater needs. They've been working with your staff throughout this. They've been reaching out to all of the regions, doing truth checks as we're going through this. And so I want to thank all of you for your participation and your staff's participation of weighing in as we've gone along to make sure that we, at the end, have a system that we can reproduce, that we can gain that information, and we can then come up with a list of systems that need that additional attention, that need funding, that need to help us to better carry out our mission of ensuring that we are protecting California waters and that we are also reaching out to those communities that are most vulnerable to having to not having a reliable wastewater system. And so I'm going to turn it over to the group to go ahead and go through where they are, where they've come. And it is just truly an honor. Please, and also ask some questions because this has been a truly exciting project. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the wonderful tee up, Board Member Morgan. I'm Annalisa Kihara. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Water Quality, and our team has been working with the UCLA on this as Eric Oppenheimer mentioned, one of the board priorities. And we do feel that the success and implementation of this project has been successful because of the support that we've got from the regional boards, from our board members, and from executive management as well. So just a huge thank you and kudos there. And with me, I have Erica Calve. Erica is a supervising engineering geologist over our groundwater protection program in the Division of Water Quality. And then to Erica's left is Danya Jimerson. Danya is a senior WRCE specialist in the Division of Water Quality, and she was hired specifically to do this work with the wastewater needs. And so it's my pleasure to pass it to her so she can provide the update for you all today.
It's not turning green. There you go.
Thank you. Must be the economic crisis. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. And as Annalisa was mentioning, I am with the Division of Water Quality, leading the wastewater needs assessment from the State Water Board's perspective. Next, please. So today's update is going to include an update on the unsure areas and data gaps using a predictive modeling approach. And the next item will be inadequate systems list status and where we are with the review process, which you all might be very curious to know. And finally, I will provide you with a brief description on the upcoming tasks such as the at-risk systems list and solutions and costs for the facilities listed in the inadequate systems list. Next, please. So before I dive into these updates, I would like to take a few minutes to provide you with some background on the project, specifically for those who might be newer to the water boards or who have not had the opportunity to follow this project very closely. So in 2022, the board adopted a resolution authorizing the executive director to enter into a multi-year $4 million contract with UCLA, who is the lead investigator, and they actually subcontracted 4 other universities to do these very specialized tasks within the project. For example, the Office of Water Programs within Sacramento State University is a group of engineers that they were mostly in charge of collecting all the wastewater treatment facilities information and they work very closely with all the regional boards. And also they are now conducting the solutions and cost analysis of all those systems determined to be inadequate. And the University of Massachusetts, they develop a modeling approach for determining which are the unsure areas. And finally, UC Davis and UCNR, they work on a statewide baseline survey and also a field campaign that they are working on. Next, please. So the project originally was divided in 2 phases. Phase 1 already was completed in June of last year, and that completion was finalized with the Phase 1 report. That is, it was posted in our wastewater needs assessment website last November. So Phase 2 includes the major task on Phase 2 includes publishing of the inadequate and at-risk list, and also all the mapping tools, and also, of course, as I mentioned earlier, the solutions and cost analysis for all of those systems determined to be inadequate. Next, please. And as our board member, Nicole Morgan, just mentioned, the advisory group was not part of the initial wastewater needs assessment scope, but UCLA recommended the formation of this group to obtain a little bit more diverse engagement outside of the wastewater needs assessment project team and the water boards. So the advisory group member selection is representative of diverse organizations across California, and they volunteer to be part of this effort. So we are very thankful for their participation and their constant input and comments throughout the project. So since July, as board member Morgan mentioned, July of 2024, our kickoff at the Central Valley Regional Board, thank you for hosting that. That was an in-person meeting. UCLA has facilitated and managed 8 advisory group meetings. So in addition to that, monthly office hours have been held since December of 2024. And this was actually per the board advisory group members' request because they wanted more meetings and more engagement in the process. So each meeting requires a significant amount of preparation on the team's effort, aside from all the tasks and contract deliverables that they need to submit. But and that, of course, include all the presentation, executive summaries, they all are translated. But I really believe that this preparation and all of these meetings have been essential for staying on track with the project and for all the wonderful input received from the advisory group members. Next, please. So regarding the sewer model, the primary purpose of this model is to serve as a screening and planning tool. And within the scope of the wastewater needs assessment, the model is intended to support the Office of Water Programs solutions task by identifying on-site sewage treatment connections opportunities for unsewer areas and evaluating potential integration with existing collection systems and larger wastewater treatment facilities. Next, please. So the model considered various inputs, including the service boundary wastewater infrastructure data collected through the sanitary sewer system general order requirement. Next, please. So some of the caveats and future uses of the model were the outputs of the model were shared with the regional water boards in early March. In general, as we all know, that predictions by model are good approximations to best of our current knowledge and the data that is input into the models. So the model will be used within the wastewater needs assessment scope and should not be used to inform regulatory actions or label areas of concern. So some of the regional water boards comments indicated that the model underperformed in key areas, especially towns, outskirts, and rural mountain regions. And the model underpredicts sewer parcels near large wastewater treatment facilities, primarily due to its inability to identify unsewer areas or pockets areas within a city. As you know, every large city has pockets areas that are unsewer. So the model assumed that because you are in a large city, everything is sewer. So for now, the unsewer model task has been completed and as defined within the wastewater needs assessment scope. But due to limited contract resources available, further refinement has come to a stop within the wastewater needs assessment scope. Next, please. So within the scope of the project, inadequate systems are defined as a wastewater system or facility that does not adequately treat and or dispose of wastewater, leading to environmental and or public health degradation. And the definition of the at-risk systems, which the team is currently working on, is a wastewater system that may become inadequate based on socioeconomic, operational, environmental, or public health risk factors. Next, please. So we thought it was very a good opportunity today to kind of clarify what's the intended, what's the purpose and the intended use of this inadequate list. So starting with the overall purpose and scope is to increase public awareness of aging wastewater infrastructure and statewide funding needs to remediate these issues. Secondly, assess wastewater systems conditions and needs to support SB 1215 implementation, which is mostly SB 1215 focused on septic to sewer projects. And as you know, the first step on these septic to sewer projects is to do a thorough evaluation. What are the conditions of these potential sewer service providers or existing wastewater treatment facilities? So that's where hopefully the wastewater needs assessment will provide a little bit of light on the conditions of those systems. And third, identify systems that might benefit from planning, funding support, infrastructure improvements, or regionalization efforts. And an important clarification is that this is a statewide and non-regulatory effort. Next, please. So the review process for the inadequate systems list started in January with the regional water boards and is expected to be completed in late summer. And the purpose for this early release of the inadequate list as opposed to next year in June of 2027 with phase 2 report and the completion of the project is to provide an early picture of the statewide wastewater infrastructure needs. So early visibility into these systems needs and support statewide planning and a strategic alignment of funding resources, and most importantly, provide you with the transparency of the overall process. So, and also early release of this list, it will help us to determine what's the implementation beyond the ending date of the project, which is June of next year. So next, please. So this is the latest draft as April 20th of the inadequate systems list for the 3 system types across all regional boards. However, the wastewater needs assessment project team is working through the most recent set of comments received. Therefore, the numbers are very likely to change within the next couple of weeks. Next, please. So I will not spend a significant amount of time on each one of these system type summaries, other than pointing out general aspects of, such as, for example, that for MPDS permitted facilities, the list is limited due to the subset of systems evaluated under the wastewater needs assessment scope, and the fact that MPDS permitting and compliance and enforcement aspects has a very established framework and consistently implemented under existing regulatory requirements. Next, please. So for WERs, though, the number of systems evaluated is significantly larger due to the broader range of smaller systems regulated under this mechanism. Next, please. And finally, the number of collection systems evaluated under the wastewater needs assessment scope is also substantial and generally aligns with the number of systems regulated under the sanitary sewer systems general order. Next, please. So as noted earlier, these results will likely change over the next couple of weeks as the project team continues working through the most recent set of comments. And however, across the various levels of review, the numbers have remained relatively stable, which reflects the careful development of the criteria by the project team and involvement of water boards staff and targeted stakeholders, such as the advisory group members. So this stability also has helped executive management and board members clearly identify the final refinements needed to the criteria to ensure the list better aligns with its intended purpose and future uses, as I described earlier. Next, please. So I wanted to reiterate one more time that the long-term goal is to determine and calculate the number of inadequate and at-risk wastewater treatment systems statewide using a transparent, systematic, and replicable approach. So in addition to the inadequate and at-risk systems categories, as you can see here, I also have an insufficient data category. And the reason I have emphasized the terms quantitative, systematic, and replicable approach is because the project team has identified a large number of WDR facilities with insufficient data. Next, please. Where we are kind of stuck.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Oh, where they were unable to locate any records available within CWICs for the last 5 years. And we all are very much aware of all the challenges with CWICs and WDRs, as board member Nicole Morgan mentioned earlier. So the team the project team was not able to find any available data regarding violations, inspections, or any other enforcement actions. So many of the additional WDR facilities recommended by the regional water boards for inclusion of the inadequate systems list might fall within this category. So to address this, the project team will develop a separate regional water boards priority recommendations list as part of the phase 2 report. So the list potentially perhaps could serve as a starting point for future iterations of the wastewater needs assessment inadequate systems list, provided that the applicable criteria is met, of course. So next slide, please. So this is a summary of the in progress and upcoming tasks, and one of them is the at-risk systems list. The team is continuing to implement the risk criteria, which has been discussed widely with the advisory group members, and they incorporated a lot of the comments received from the advisory group members and water board staff. So the goal is to hopefully finish this this list, the at-risk list, hopefully this late summer. And just one reminder is that the at-risk list, the solutions and costs that the Office of Water Programs within the Sacramento State University, that solutions and costs approach is not going to be applicable to the at-risk list, only to the inadequate systems list. Next, please. And with the solutions and costs, the main scope is to estimate the cost to bring inadequate facilities and systems into compliance. And some of the caveats, though, this is a very high-level planning statewide assessment, and the assumed solutions are not the final engineering level solution that these projects will need. So next, please. So within the solutions and cost process, I would like to emphasize that one of the primary data sources for their work has been, in terms of the solutions and cost analysis, consisted of more than 200 engineering and feasibility studies submitted through the FA planning and construction application process. So that has been a tremendous source of information for all the work that they are doing. These studies were focused mostly on septic-to-sewer projects, regionalization projects, and capital improvements, which and they all met the scope of the wastewater needs assessment. So those studies were selected very much targeted to what the team needed. Next, please. So for the treatment facilities, some of the proposed solutions and approaches include assumed infrastructure investments based on violations and facility types, in some cases, they might suggest to replace the entire facility with an updated facility with newer technologies, or maybe divert flows to nearby facilities with available capacity. And for collection systems, some of the proposed solutions include replace or rehabilitate pipelines or maybe upgrade their equipment. And for both collection systems and treatment facilities, technical assistance is always an option as a place to start. So next, please. And in terms of the next steps, and these are kind of the major milestones within the next coming year. And in July 7, we have an informational item. So we will be providing you with hopefully with most updated results of the inadequate systems list and some of the other tasks. Next, please. For those of you who are interested in reviewing what the wastewater needs assessment has presented so far through all the various advisory group meetings, which offer a general overview of the key milestones of the phase 1, you can visit the wastewater needs assessment webpage and access past advisory group materials, phase 1 report, and also how to access the upcoming public advisory group meetings. So thank you so very much for your attention. And at this time, we're happy to take any questions.
Yes, for questions, folks should feel free to be able to pop in, please.
Sure. John Scandura from Region 8. One of your slides mentioned about the WDR facilities with inadequate data. What kind of inadequate data or what kind of data are you seeing that's either missing or just not up to snuff?
That's the criteria for determining what facilities fall into that list were, for example, effluent violations, if more than 2 enforcement actions were issued within the last 2 consecutive quarters within the last couple of years, then they were in the list. If they completely miss the submittal of reports, and that says a lot. It's kind of, that is a little bit unknown because you don't know, are they not submitting reports because they don't have the administrative component, or it's because the facility is falling apart and they have other priorities. So there are different criteria that were considered, but those are some of the things. Yes, Patrick.
I can check in too. So the Central Valley has a lot of these, hundreds of these permits. Some of them are 40 years old and don't have groundwater monitoring or effluent monitoring or regular reporting. And in some facilities, they're essentially abandoned, practically abandoned for months at a time, where the operator just quits and they can't hire somebody else. These are tiny little facilities in most cases. Some of them operated by mobile home parks and others. And so when you query CWIX, it's not like an NPDS facility that has, hundreds of data points, possibly per month. It might have gone months or years potentially without any meaningful water quality sampling, and certainly not water quality sampling where there's been adequate QA/QC to make findings in CWIX as to what's actually happening with the facility. It's fairly disastrous. I know Region 3 has a heck of a lot of them too. Just these very, very, very tiny communities with, they don't even have the ability to hire somebody into even part-time to stick around for doing the sampling that's required.
Yeah, and as Board Member Morgan said, a lot of parallels ultimately to the drinking water work, and they're similarly where, and on the gaps in data. When we first did our drinking water needs assessment, there was a lot of missing information that we had on a number of systems, and it's because they similarly small, under-resourced, underseen sometimes by our programs. Norma.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I wanted to know whether or not, or confirm that all of the regions have received this inadequate list. Kind of like, when did they receive it, and what type of, policies or procedures did you provide the regions in terms of how to address this list at this point in time? My second question is also in the LA region, have you addressed or included those grandfathered systems that were impacted by the recent LA fires into that list, and to what degree has that been done?
So yes, your first question was, yes, has this list been sent to all the regional boards? And yes, it has. In January, we sent this list to all the regional boards, and it has had, since then, we have got through 3 other different levels of review with different parties, the advisory group members, executive management, board members. So yes, we send the list to them in January, and they provide us with a lot of good comments. And but in terms of and we also my supervisor is reminding me. So we just resent the list a week ago or so. it's not the final list, but it has the most recent updates and changes per their comments and other stakeholders' comments as well. And in terms of policy procedures, this, as I mentioned earlier, this is a non-regulatory statewide effort. So the main purpose of the list is to provide just awareness and see how bad is the funding need throughout the whole state. Because as you might be aware, I mean, there is so much funding allocated through SAFER and other means to drinking water projects right now, but we have been struggling for many, many years to address the needs of wastewater infrastructure and facilities. And in 2018, the SB 1215 legislation got passed with not additional resources. So DFA and other federal agencies are trying to squeeze and help with implementation of those efforts, but within the existing funding. So there is not, policies are not going to be created as a result of this, but we are hoping that perhaps in terms of the funding needs that this list is going to trigger, we are hoping that something like SAFER might come to the aid of these needs. So, and with regards to your third question of the LA fire and how those climate change conditions are being considered, that's coming up in the at-risk system solutions. So one of the criteria and categories for the at-risk systems list is the environmental conditions. So extreme heat and the other extreme of flooding conditions, a storm, and all of that is being considered as part of the criteria for how it's affecting the different regions and all of that.
Yeah, but I was specifically also looking at some of the grandfathered systems that are now not functioning due to the fire, and what do we do going forward? Is that included in this program as well?
Are you thinking of specifically like the OSTSs, the on-site systems? Yeah, I mean, I think Danya covered that through the unsewered areas, and so we have that model that helps kind of guide things, but it has limitations. So as we carry on to the next stage of the wastewater needs assessment and internalize this work, so the project team can't continue working on it, but we're aware of those limitations. And our goal is to really pick up where they left off and have the resources to continue refining the needs assessment list and the inadequacy list to be inclusive of those unsewered areas that are in need as well. So I think it's, right now it's just, we're not there yet, but the intent is to get there and be able to assess that.
Thank you. David Nahai.
Thank you. Thank you for this work. This is important work and appreciate it. And we're all in LA. We're very proud of the Luskin Center for Innovation and very glad to see the collaboration. I hope there'll be more to come. I'm David Nahai, chair of Region 4, and you said this is non-regulatory, but nevertheless, each of us now have a list of facilities within our jurisdictions that have been identified as being inadequate, right? So if we're committed to having safe drinking water for all Californians, we have to be committed to having safe sanitation for all Californians as well. So really where this goes, and please correct me on this, is that even though you will identify costs and solutions, it will be up to each region to deal with the inadequacy of wastewater treatment systems within that region and the kind of impact that that's going to have. I was listening to what Patrick was saying and where he's going with this, but really and correct me if I'm wrong, each one of us has got to take a look at that list, take a look at what needs to be done in order to bring them into compliance, whether that is through enforcement, incentives, fines, whatever regulatory tools we have, to try to improve the situation so that we don't have this situation in California. That is the message that I'm getting from what you've said, and it's I think a very valid and laudable one.
Yes, and what I wanted to, you're very fortunate because you're in Region 4, you said?
Yeah.
So Los Angeles region, and you were assigned 2 PYs for implementation of SB 1215. So we have been very fortunate and working very closely with your staff. So I am hoping that this work is going to help them through have a little bit more information on those facilities, and as I mentioned earlier, on those wastewater treatment facilities, which they might be in the future sewer service providers, but if they are listed in the inadequate list, it's like, how are they supposed to be helping unsewer communities? So, because they need help first. So yeah, hopefully, maybe through grant funding, if they meet the eligibility criteria, and if it comes to compliance and enforcement actions, I guess that's.
Yeah.
And I'll probably just add, I think as board member Morgan had said, I think what we're trying to do is really follow the footsteps of the drinking water needs assessment, which also led to the Safer Fund. And so the best that we can do is provide like a clear picture of the need so that hopefully maybe legislatively, federally, maybe, there's a clear.
Did I hear federally?
Maybe next to it, there's a clear need. And if any funding does come to us at the state board, we are at the ready with a priority list versus starting from step 1. So I think we're trying to align ourselves to be ready.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Just also want to note that an unsewered area doesn't always mean that there is a need. And so really want to highlight more information is needed regarding an area. And so that it helps, us, your staff, everyone to gather information, understand where do we need information. It may be that we find an area, yes, it's unsewered, how this area does understand what having a septic system means, adequately maintains it, and that area there is okay, and we gain that understanding. Another area will be the complete opposite. We've gone out and we've talked to an area that is unsewered, and we've talked to them about regionalizing and connecting to their neighboring service provider. And sometimes that main is right down the street. And when we talk to the community, what we hear back is we currently do not have a sewer bill. Why would we want to connect? And then that turns into an education, and we're working with Adriana and her group of educating that because you're unsewered does not mean that you do not have a bill. We have to still maintain your septic tank, your leach fields, this is what it is causing. And walking through areas to make sure that we're also providing that education. And so there still is a cost for our staff highlighting what areas of the state should we be expending, our resources and lending our expertise. And then as, Danya and Annalisa were saying, and then it creates that list to where we're prioritizing systems, we're learning more, and we're also able to not only educate ourselves, our staff, but we're also able to educate others. So it's very much so multi-layered.
Yeah, thank you. Looking to see if there's any quick last minute questions. There's plenty of opportunity to engage. Hopefully this whetted your appetite for the work. I just have to note there's no other state in the nation that is undertaking this sort of assessment that has been this focused, not just on the drinking water side, but here on the sanitation component of the human right to water, to your point, David, and just proud of it. This is a first step, but you don't manage what you don't measure, and this will give us that really great snapshot into access to sanitation in the state and really be able to highlight for folks what it's going to take to maintain what we have now, let alone ensure that all Californians have access to sanitation at that level. So Big round of applause again for our incredible panel. Much thanks and looking forward to the updates here. Next, we'll transition to our Irrigated Lands Ag Expert Panel update. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out. And as we do, I'd like to hand the mic over to Karen Mogus to kick us off.
Okay, so you have a choice. I can sing some karaoke or we can do the Ag Expert Panel item. I know, right? Okay, we'll do the Ag Expert Panel, maybe karaoke later. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Karen Mogus, Chief Deputy Director here at the State Water Board. I've been in this role for a couple of years. Really excited to be here with all of the regional board or many of the regional board members today. I spent my first 10 years of my career as staff at the Central Valley Board, so I have some experience at the regional board and then a number of roles here at State Board, one of which was our Deputy Director for Division of Water Quality, where I got to work really closely with the regional boards and continue to do so. So really excited to be here today and excited to tee up this item on our second agricultural expert panel. And it's really great timing for the WQCC to be happening right now because we can give you a little flavor of what the report, if you haven't already read it, we'll give you the overview summary of the panel's draft recommendations. I won't steal any of the thunder on the background because our presentation is going to go through, so why are we here? What are we doing? Where are we going? But just know that your staff have been absolutely engaged in this process since August of last year. We've had presentations from a number of regional boards along the way. We've had, I believe, I don't know how many regions submitted comments on the report. A handful. Yeah. A handful, not all, but a handful of the regions actually provided comments on the report. We're in the middle of crunching those and getting them ready for the panel to consider final comments. And again, I won't steal the thunder of the presentation, but just wanted to acknowledge your guys' staff's effort and engagement. And I'll put a bow on the end of this presentation, so I'll save the remainder of my comments for the end. I do want to introduce the great team. You'll note that Annalisa and Erica are working on two major projects, and not to mention, for those of you interested, the dairy order is another that is in this group's purview, and so they're very busy people. So we have Annalisa, you already met, Erica, you already met, and Adelia McGregor, who comes to us from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Program and has brought a wealth of expertise to this this project and this team. So really happy to have her on board. And with that, I'm going to let her do the talking.
Thank you, Karen. Hello, my name is Adelia McGregor. I am a senior engineering geologist with the Division of Water Quality overseeing the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. We appreciate this opportunity to speak with you all today and provide a quick update on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program's second agricultural expert panel. Next slide, please. And so to give you a brief outline of what we're going to be going over, we're going to provide some quick background information on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, which you'll commonly hear mentioned as ILRP. And then also we're going to be diving into the progress and the process of the second statewide agricultural expert panel, and then providing that background. Next, we will get into the details which Karen mentioned, which is going over the drafts, the panel's draft recommendations, and giving some quick overview there on what the panel has recommended so far. And then we'll just quickly mention some next steps, and maybe it won't be that quick, but just mentioning the next steps as we move forward. Next slide, please. So as many of you know, California is quite diverse. We have over 400 commodities statewide. This calls for varying regulations across the state. So the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is a statewide program, and it is overseen by the State Water Resources Control Board and the regional water boards. So each of the 9 regional water boards adopts their own waste discharge requirement. I'll probably say this a few times and I'll call them WDRs. And this is to address the regional needs for water quality protection in those regions. Some of the requirements or provisions are required statewide, so these are presidential. So next slide, please. And a lot of those statewide requirements originated from our first agricultural expert panel. So to have a second, you had to have had a first. The first was in 2014. The first agricultural expert panel made some key recommendations that we took forward and considered, and primarily the use of nitrogen applied, which we'll call A, nitrogen remove, which we'll call R, and then A over R, which is a ratio metric. They recommended that these be the primary metrics to track potential nitrogen loading to groundwater, and they also suggested that all growers file and submit irrigation and nutrient management plans. They also advised that the individual farm data be aggregated by coalitions, third-party coalitions. And then they also mentioned that targets should be used for education and benchmarking purposes rather than as regulatory limits after they concluded that there was insufficient data and scientific knowledge at the time. Next slide, please. So how we got here today really stems from 2 orders. The Eastern San Joaquin, so many acronyms, which we call the ESJ order, and the Central Coast Ag order. The ESJ order was adopted by the State Water Board in 2018. This was adopted in response to petitions filed against an order issued to the Eastern San Joaquin Coalition. That order was issued by the Central Valley Regional Water Board. The ESJ order is where some of those presidential requirements are included. And so the subset requirements includes outreach and education, groundwater quality monitoring, and the INMP reports, amongst some other provisions. And the Central Coast Ag Order was adopted by the State Board in 2023. This was adopted in response to petitions filed against Ag Order 4.0, and that's what the Central Coast Regional Boards is calling their Ag Order. That was adopted in 2021. And so the 2023 order remanded provisions in Ag Order 4.0, including enforceable nitrogen discharge limits and fertilizer application limits. Next slide, please. So in both the ESJ order and the Central Coast Ag order, the State Water Board committed to consider convening a second agricultural expert panel. And so to start things off, the State Water Board staff conducted an evaluation, an analysis of the data from INMP summary reports, looking at A and R data. And although there were some data limitations, it was determined that having that second agricultural expert panel at the time was crucial for program development. So we developed 9 panel charge questions that a panel would address. That was not done in a vacuum. That was done through a public engagement process and talking to stakeholders and working with all of the 9 regional water boards and getting feedback on what those questions should be. The panel, those questions are linked on our website. They're also quite long, and I will be going over them a bit more later. And then the panel has been overall asked to evaluate whether current nitrogen data is scientifically sufficient to define regulatory limits. They are also asked to identify potential data gaps and to consider other needs, and then also potentially looking at some of the first panel's recommendations and some of the provisions included in orders as well. Next slide, please. So these are our panel members. It's not 36, thank goodness. There are 8 panel members. This, again, was not developed in a vacuum. This was done, again, through a public process and working with interested parties and working with the 9 regional water boards to receive feedback on panelists who can bring different perspectives to the table. And so these panel members include different knowledge from various regions of the state. So we have panel chair Geisler, who is the chair. He's been working really hard, coordinating with us, coordinating with our facilitator, and coordinating with all the panel members. Gudu Atume, Ruth Dalquist Willard, Michael Kahn, Thomas Harder, Ali Montazar, Richard Smith, and Hannah Waterhouse. They've been working very hard on their draft recommendations in response to the panel charge questions. Next slide, please. So just some quick timelines here, and it's feels really quick. These are all the meetings we've had. So we kicked off the panel in August of 2025, where we had our first two plenary meetings, which was really one meeting that was split over 2 days because there was a lot to cover. And in October, we had our first public listening session to hear from the public and interested parties. We had our second plenary meeting, and then we also kicked off the working group meetings. And those working group meetings have been where the panel has come together to talk about what their recommendations would be, because this is all subject to Bagley-Keene. And so this is where they actually get to work on their recommendations together. We've had many, many meetings. We've had 18 meetings so far since August of last year. And we also held a public workshop in order to receive verbal comments after the panel released their draft report in March. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the panel did release their draft report in March and provided their recommendations. The link to the report can be found on our website and also on the PowerPoint slides as well. And if anybody wants to read it, it's quite long, but the panel did organize it in a succinct way, with providing the panel charge question, a summary of the recommendations, and some additional context and considerations as well. So that is the nice flow that we have of the recommendations. And next slide, please. And now we'll dive into the recommendations and the panel charge questions. And I do need to pull up my notes for this one. So I'm going to be going over some very high-level summary. There is a lot of information that is included in our questions, as well as the panel's recommendations. And so just going to quickly summarize what those look like. It's a very distilled summary. So question 1, we asked the panel whether sufficient data and scientific research exists to establish crop-specific nitrogen limits that would protect groundwater and support a sustainable irrigated lands program. And we also asked what those metrics and methods should be and what they should look like. The panel emphasized regional flexibility and recognized that some regions may have sufficient data and tools to establish long-term crop-specific targets for nitrate, and that regions without that data should begin collecting it. They recommend any reasonable methodology can be used to establish limits or targets for nitrogen mass balance. And in some cases, those can be established now where the data is available. They provide a needed roadmap for reducing nitrogen discharge, and they recommend additional research and support to improve crop efficiency. And so in question 2, following up from question 1, the panel charge question asked what interim nitrogen limits would look like based on current scientific data that could help growers progressively protect groundwater while still supporting a sustainable irrigated lands. And the panel's recommendation mentions that targets can be developed now, but they do not need to meet the nitrate water quality objective now. And they also recommend an iterative approach to move forward to meet the water quality objective over time. Next slide, please. All right. Question 3, we asked the panel if new scientific and technical advances exist related to factors discussed by the first agricultural expert panel, and if they should be considered to inform future policy. And the panel concluded that there have been some scientific advances to improve the understanding specifically for field level nitrogen mass balance and transformation rate and leaching factors. They again recognize the need for additional research and support in understanding the different cropping systems throughout the state and each region. And they also mentioned that root zone and soil crop models can be used to account for nitrogen transformations. In question 4, we asked the panel to evaluate A minus R and A over R metrics and ask if they are appropriate metrics to evaluate potential nitrogen discharge to groundwater and if there was any additional methods or metrics to consider. The panel supported the use of A minus R, which was included in our ESJ order, and mentioned that A over R, although would not be appropriate to assess potential discharge, it would be appropriate to assess potential ranch or grower performance or efficiency. They also recommended that soil, water crop, and vadozone and hydrological models can factor data not reported by growers to inform discharge-based targets and limits. Next slide, please. All right, question 5, or panel charge question 5. We asked the panel to consider the INMP summary report data that has been reported and is available, and whether it is an effective tool for evaluating the A and R data and what other improvements can be made. And the panel did recommend some additional data that can be reported in the INMP summary reports for nitrogen mass balance terms, and also mentioned that some of this information could be obtained from models. And they also recommended some standardized protocols and form submissions for INMP data that would also support data validation. In question 6, following the Central Coast Ag Order, we asked whether using applied fertilizer limits based on regional grower practices and state fertilization guidelines was a suitable metric for interim nitrogen limits to protect groundwater and what those limits should be. The panel mentions that applied targets and limits for fertilizer application limits has questionable benefit, and they recommend to determine targets and limits from A and R for nitrogen. And then also they emphasize that any resources are better used to determine crop-specific removal nitrogen, crop nitrogen uptake curves, and on grower outreach to improve efficiency. Next slide, please. And so question 7 was also again following up from the 2021 Central Coast Ag Order, and the panel charge question asked whether the discount factors and additional nitrogen removal components in the 2021 Ag Order are suitable for measuring nitrogen discharge to groundwater, the statewide applicability, and how to incentivize practices that properly account for these measures. And the panel recognized that regional board strategies to determine nitrogen loss from cropping systems that could potentially leach to groundwater are not precise, but they provide a practical and achievable approach to estimating nitrogen losses. And they recommend including additional R components to improve the estimates of the amount of soil nitrate at risk of leaching below the soil. And they also recognize that providing a credit to a fraction of nitrogen from compost and organic fertilizer, as well as irrigation waters, would incentivize their use. Next slide, please. All right, and last 2 questions. So question 8 asked whether current data and scientific research can demonstrate that small diversified farms operate different than larger farms in ways that lead to less water quality impact, and what criteria would identify these lower impact operations. The panel did observe that nutrient management differs from small-scale diversified farms versus large-scale farms, and they recommend a category such as reduced risk small farms that could be defined as meeting an identified criteria associated with lower risk for nitrate leaching. And then they provide an example in this case, such as container grown nurseries. And the last panel charge question asks if there is enough evidence to justify additional exemptions and alternative compliance methods for nitrogen management requirements. And the panel recommended several cropping systems as potential candidates for alternative compliance pathways. Additional research is needed, however, to make more specific recommendations, and then they do provide some various types of commodities that can be considered. And they also mention that regions with no or low groundwater use already may develop exceptions or have alternative compliance pathways. Next slide. And so just some key dates as we move forward with the second agricultural expert panel. So tomorrow we actually plan on sending the panel the compiled comments as the panel did release their draft recommendations. It went out for a 34-day public comment period. And so we have provided those comment letters to the panel to start looking at now. But we are compiling them to also provide to the panel tomorrow. And we have 2 more working group meetings this month, one on Monday and another the following week on the 27th. Again, this is where the panel will get together, look at those comments and consider how they want to finalize their recommendations in response to the panel charge questions. On June 5th, we have currently scheduled the final plenary meeting, and so ideally here the panel will approve their recommendations. And then on June 16th, Chair Geisler will present an info item to the Water Board, the panel's recommendations. And then just moving forward, State Water Board will initiate a technical evaluation of these recommendations. And any action on panel recommendations will be determined by board direction to staff. Next slide, please. So just some quick, oh, you.
Do you want me to do it or do you?
I got it. Thank you.
Got it?
Yeah. So just some, you can tag in if you want to add. So just some quick next steps here is we're going to be taking those recommendations and performing this technical evaluation and considering where we can use them to tighten up implementation of the current program, identify recommendations that can be implemented immediately or quickly, and then we'll look at proposed options for addressing recommendations that will require some regulatory action.
I'm okay to go?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention a couple of things sort of overarching. First off is we're going to get a lot of pressure from stakeholders to do something immediately. There's a little bit of something for any stakeholder in the recommendations from the panel. And as you might imagine, depending on where you sit in the world and who you represent, you will have different opinions about which ones we should be implementing or not. And so the board is going to hear a lot of pressure to move quickly and do something as quickly as possible to protect groundwater and to protect the people drinking water that is nitrate contaminated. So we anticipate that we're going to be including a staff presentation at the information item that will go over things, recommendations we think are ones that can be immediately implemented in the framework of the current program, ones that will require maybe information orders or sort of a mid-level regulatory approach. And then there are others, like the question about limits and targets and how to implement them, that are going to take more conversation, more transparent, stakeholder input in order for the board to act. I do want to say too is the last several iterations of the program have been done in the context of petitions of, water quality order petition orders. And while that is a mechanism where we can set policy, I personally don't think it's the best mechanism to set policy, and am hoping that we can move forward with something that is a water quality control policy that is overarching, that we can really work through with stakeholders, with the regional boards. And but that's just my opinion. That's just Karen. I'm not a board member, so we'll see what the board wants to say about that. The other thing I wanted to mention is there's a lot of policy sprinkled into the recommendations, and we really tried to drive the panel down a path of just sticking to the technical. I think we asked the questions in a way that drove them toward policies in some ways, and so we're culpable in that, but you know, we're going to make it clear where, and we've made comments along the lines of, you know, these are more policy questions that the board is going to need to consider rather than the panel. And I did want to also just kind of make a comparison between the first panel and the second one. The first panel, there were a lot of practitioners and actual growers on the panel, and you know, we found that that was very helpful because that helped us create a program that was a practical approach for growers to be able to gather information that they were already had access to report, to figure out what they applied versus what they removed. They know what their fertilizer bill is, and they know how much crop was removed and sold in the market. So we also in this, and then at this panel, you saw a bunch of academics and a bunch of scientists who often want more information and more data, and let's collect more information and more data, which isn't always a practical approach in a regulatory program, especially for the huge number of growers in the state and how much data needs to be collected. So we're really mindful, and we're going to be, and one of our comments was, what are the priorities in terms of the additional data collection that you've recommended? What are the key things that we should add, if anything, to the current regulatory approach? So there's a lot more to come. There's only 3 more meetings of the panel and an information item before the board. Hopefully we'll stay on schedule. The panel has been incredible in getting their work done and really spending a lot of their extra time. And in fact, Thomas Harder has been on sabbatical in Japan and has been joining the meetings from Japan. So, I mean, these people have been super dedicated to this project, and I've just been absolutely impressed. The first panel took 2 years. This one's done it in less than a year. So, and you're like, well, wait a minute. We started our work a lot sooner and vetted the questions and vetted the panelists and all that. And it took us longer to do our work than the panel has done to answer our 9 questions. Anyway, with that sort of wrap up, we'll keep you posted. And there will be a lot more conversation about the next steps with the regional boards as we wrap up this panel report and move forward with what are we going to do now. With that, opening up for questions. Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious to see alfalfa mentioned in one of the slides there. I'm an old-time agronomist, and my recollection is that alfalfa is a legume and fixes its own nitrogen. And I do understand that in establishing alfalfa with other cover crops, you might need some nitrogen. I find it strange that it was one of the crops that was singled out.
Can I just say, I think, correct me where I'm wrong, but I think it was singled out in this presentation as a possible exemption because it does fix its own nitrogen.
That would have been my conclusion anyway. So if I misread the slide, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm Norma Camacho from Region 4. And so I just wanted to get some clarity on the next steps. And you say some of the things are going to be done immediately. What does immediately mean? Does that mean after the June meeting, or does it mean now?
Well, June is only a couple weeks away, so it's kind of now. But I would say, so I'll give you an example. The data that we currently collect is really difficult to clean up and make easily accessible. And so I'll give you one example. Pistachios have all kinds of different titles in the data that we get. And there's really no reason why. And so things like that, and the last slide talked about tightening up the current program. Those are the kinds of things that we can start working with the regional boards to address immediately. And that's our plan.
And just on another point too, there were some recommendations that required a lot of new data needs. Is the state going to be providing us at the regions timelines, by which, reasonable timelines by which we could expect such data to be available? And, we just have to think about how that's going to impact, those that have it and those that don't, and how does one regulate within different timeframes if that is the case? If it's not one size fits all.
Well, do you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think that additional data for this program would probably be something that's subject to like additional engagement to learn what, after we get the final recommendations, what data do they say is really necessary? And then we need to engage with all the different stakeholders about, well, kind of how do they feel about that? Because additional data often requires additional time and additional money. And so we'll have to carefully, I think, consider how that moves forward. And it's probably a mid-tier thing and not a like low-hanging fruit.
Although I think you were also asking about the recommendation where data aren't currently being collected in some of the regions when, and I'll just say, like, I don't know that we will provide specific guidelines, but like, get on it. Is, I mean, in order for us to have, and where the most data is being collected is where we have the biggest problems in terms of groundwater contamination. So it makes sense that there's other regions that have not gathered as much data there. And I don't know what the status is of the orders either. Maybe Annalisa, you could speak to it.
No, I think you're getting to the best point is that we're recognizing that for the irrigated lands program, we have some much more mature programs in the regions where they've issued orders and reissued orders. We have some other regions that are either at the cusp of issuing an order, kind of integrating in the precedential requirements as part of the previous orders. And so there's like a timeline. I know typically in the past when we have issued policy, we've considered language in terms of like, does this mean that this new requirement or continuing will affect the next iteration of a permit? I think those are all factors that we'd be considering. We're just recognizing that this panel has recommendations for the state board to consider where many of the regions are in flux with standing up their irrigated lands regulatory program as well. And how can we fit those pieces together so it's like a streamlined process is definitely something that we are thinking about.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Hi. This is more of a question on kind of future implementation. So this is assuming the board adopts some or all of any of the recommendations that's brought to them. How would that work with orders that are already existing? Are the regional boards going to have to go back and rework something if maybe it doesn't? Is it to some new standard or are they going to be grandfathered in? I mean, you can't answer it, I understand, but how is that going to work from an implementation standpoint with the regional boards?
Well, it of course depends on what our board decides to take up and how. And there's always flexibility in figuring out how to get it incorporated into regional board orders and programs. And so, and I'll I know that our board members are mindful of the resource impacts at the regional boards and the need to, at the regional level, also working with stakeholders and working on, it's not a trivial thing to issue an order statewide. It's not a trivial thing to issue an order at the regional board either. And so more to come. I don't know sort of what that's going to look like, but we will be in conversation with the regions as we go along.
Hi, I'm Ann Haskins from Region 3, and that's kind of the same thing that's been going through my mind, and your statement that it's better to make policy that isn't on an appeal of an order, right? And I tend to agree with that. But we're actually in the middle, as I'm sure you're aware, of, people coming forward for a few years now saying that they need a resolution, right? To some of the issues, that are significant as we're reworking the last order. So I guess that is my concern too, because this seems amazing, like all the information you're putting together, and it's going to be a lot of work to take that and to take those steps. But I think it is important for regions like ours that are really right in the middle of it to just understand what that's going to mean, and particularly, for all the stakeholders who have been saying, when can we get a decision? When can we move forward?
Yeah, so one of the messages we will have when we're at the information item is to manage the expectations in terms of policy changes. That doesn't happen quickly, certainly not for the state board and statewide policy. So anything that's really big that's going to drive what goes into the regional board orders moving forward and setting consistency across the regional boards is going to take some time to get in place, which is why we're trying to really key into some of the recommendations that we can work through right now in the context of the existing program. And so we can continue to improve the program while we're wrestling with these bigger policy issues.
Eric Lindbergh, Santa Ana region. I just want to express our gratitude for the team. You've made tremendous efforts to include input from the regions. We very much appreciate the opportunity to comment on the expert panel's recommendations. California could be its own country, and there's an incredible diversity, not only in the ag program, but certainly there. And we just appreciate being included in the process and having our voices heard as well. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for that, Eric. All right, looking to see if there's any final questions. And again, plenty of opportunity if you think of anything to circle back with our folks. Let's give them another round of applause. Really appreciate the work. Thank you. Thank you. I know at last WQCC, we had an item on harmful algal blooms. And so when we think of the work of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, when we think of the suite of tools we have to address nutrients, it's important that we just keep innovating on this, because in a warming climate, as we have mentioned, harmful algal blooms will grow more of an issue for us. All right, we are now sliding into the lunch hour. There are food trucks and a whole assortment of options just right here at the plaza. As you walk out, please do avail yourselves of the headshots. Get an updated headshot. We'll have our photographer out there amongst the redwoods, so you guys can come pop and do that. There'll be a WQCC sign up there, so don't get your photo taken by a random person. But I mean, you could. They might look a little surprised why you're coming up to them. Okay, let me make sure I know what time we're all calling ourselves back. We will get back here at 1:45, and we will start in on a budget update, talk about some of the budget changes. And so I have about an hour and 15 minutes, so enough time to kind of. Yes, everyone can leave everything in here. We'll be in here. We'll make sure no one walks off with anything. And we'll see you here at 1:45, everyone. Thank you.
You know, we're like, where's the charging? Set it up there.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, we'll send them out as well. We'll go ahead and get out there. Also, but yeah, we'll. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I know.
Like, Marty, you listen up.
But there's, you remember. Lunch class. In this cafe in the lobby right here. There's close, but I'm just gonna be here. I'll drive us over there. So I'll get a car from there. Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm gonna scoop you up for just a minute.
Yeah. I think our mics are off.
It shouldn't take.
I would think, yeah. But anyway, just FYI, that could be good.
Hey, one more thing that just occurred to me. That's hilarious. Wow. Regions 1 and 2, besties. I will be. Thank you for watching.
A lot of interesting force.
Yeah, I remember when talking about it. You guys are high. Excellent.
Yeah.
Telling you guys, they're gonna be able to go to bed again. We'll be there for reservation. Now. Yeah. You know.
Especially our people are being like they're also so it's
It really is. And I really, I'm just sorry, that's told me today, talked about it, but I know it's a very punctuation and response. I mean, that's definitely. Spinning out there, it's.
Yeah.
Cleaned up.
It's almost Orange County sanitation to check in. It's like holy class. Yeah, all of these staff working on it. For us to.
Yeah, so I'll admit, I was caught by surprise at the number of, yeah, the seasons that we have.
They're getting teeth shot.
But that's, as far as.
Oh, there's.
As far as.
And then immediately that I did about.
The largest. You know, Western, maybe Western water.
They're ready to go.
Yeah, but looking around, they're buying it, but it has.
And they love
Seven. Now, they're being planned. They have a lot of people. Yeah, the is a very target, so.
March. So that's why.
I had not seen that slide. Yeah.
Our leadership gets, my board of us. Why did you tell me?
Absolutely.
I like what you're saying. Man.
Yeah.
Those were. I'm gonna bring it up.
Yeah. There's a lot, not just huge fans, I don't want to say, it's in the same place, but it's, which I have to talk. Approaches is figuring out where is it. And, you know, board member Rue says, I can't G it because whatever. Okay, so that's for one, perhaps another board member, wants to then be remote. That's a route. So. Or something like that. Reaching out. The last board member. Sure is a parent. Which she is wrong. Yeah. It's not. Honest conversations. Schedules. Yeah, I went. I walked about it, the rest is the same thing. Right. Sorry.
I was gonna try to force you guys to
there's been a really long tradition of board so and a big part of that is my job. So make sure that we have whatever we try to keep it there. I like that.
That's fair.
It's tricky. Budget for know exactly how long it's going. So, for a board member, he's been on some task force from guy. Cause change, but that's where we are right now, and still short of most places. I like to say something sad. Yeah.
Whatever you really
Gotta be, but.
on that, but the sound. Oh, okay.
We are talking, we're talking about it today, like the board members. Yeah. So I have a ball. Actually, actually, I got a problem with that, because you remember. I should say, I sort of think like. See, I think, are we getting to the point? Make sure. Yeah, that was good news. Boy, bad news. Whoever gets. Yeah, they'll have a flush. Where we are. Yeah, that's good.
Yes, yeah. What do you call? Wait, also.
I mean, on the water supply side, I think that always struggle with clean. I mean, our region has a lot of groundwater and cleanup actions it takes a lot of time. Well, that's what that's one of the slides if we have time, but.
No, I no, if I take it back, honestly, I thought.
Yeah, you're just so.
And my father. And my father. Oh, well, now. Yeah. I said, this is a contract. Yeah, he just said. So I said, let's leave.
I travel all 54.
I mean, no, I'm serious. His hair is, he should put on this. He's got his nice shoes. Well, that's my shoes. But he's, say anything.
Yeah, and I was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you have to. And so I'm like, not exactly. He really, no, you're living in West Oakland. I'm not here. So. And I said, to take whatever, way later. Like Wild West. I'm a woman here, and I have my hair. Bullshit, because I make it less than the men who. Right. And that's. That's what I thought. That's cool. Whatever activity. So anyway, that's.
Let's make go on with.
Be careful what you ask.
Just wanted to. Thank you. Hi.
Right. Yeah. I agree. No, because it's not. He's got to look every good part. Yeah, I know, I just hired.
Certainly is.
And I was just. I
Yeah, that's why I just said that.
And then he might be proper. And I'm like. Really? You stole our person, what were you doing? I said.
No, I think like.
She's. They started. There were those credentials. Your destination. Very good.
So that's not.
Well, we rarely give you guys time for things like. That nobody is just so. I reminded you. And I just. So, all right, speaking of food, I'm gonna go get my.
Yes.
You already. Right. Yes, I know. Yeah, I'm like. Right. No, I haven't done that. Yeah. But that's fine.
Oh.
Everyone has some. So I'm. And you always think good people from a lot of. He's just looking out for him.
That means that.
But I'm happy. That's all right. Yeah. Yeah, one. But it's simple. My board will love it.
I say there's room for us.
Oh, wait, see, I'm just. I'll be back. Yeah. We'll heckle you. Yeah, do that.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I had one for their, do you remember that? They're like. But no. They're like, hey, one was more.
So it's one step up from.
They were like so backlogged.
So it's.
I did buy
everything.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Full scale, but it looks really promising, and that can mean separating.
And I bought.
Yes, I brought food too. I'm gonna sit over there. I plugged my laptop in. I'm
And are you gonna get a headshot to?
Right?
No. They never, basically, I'm not, I have to get my husband to take photos. No. Right. She's talking to the wrong.
I'm a youngin. You are, well, I'm not that young anymore. So.
Yeah, probably tell another nature what to do. Thirdly, you know.
That much for your I sent out.
Places are like any site's reservoir, part of it, isn't the most effective way.
Not that I heard.
Your question.
Capture loss.
Here's what they said, like, just, that's all for everybody. Yeah, and I, we had also have to.
This is a challenge.
No one's all that, this means just noticing to the.
Highly urbanized.
Let's not get all riled up, that's just like, there's enough stuff going on. Most of my,
Site.
I didn't know about that, but everyone knows my
There
dad
has
has
been
that.
some progress in trying to convert
Good.
control basins to.
I didn't even
more
say,
of a
I was out of the office, I'm out today.
Mode.
Yeah, I mean, I was
So
in
the
the office.
inflict just wanted in and out as fast as possible. But when we can convince them to let that water sit and to do the necessary silt removal and stuff to allow for percolation, it ends up being a good thing. There are some efforts in Seminary Valley.
Okay, good.
Seminary Valley useful water districts here in Waterwoods to recharge additional water coming down from.
Yeah, I do, yeah, I do.
Area as well as dairy water. So that's a water, that's an example.
Yeah, so I just like people just listen to.
We're basically using the aquifer to.
I was the governor, what is that?
Letting it go down the river.
All right, you guys.
That's what.
Because he wants us all to.
After lunch.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's good.
I did some fairs. Yeah.
They make, no, and I will say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wetlands
But I would send it for.
You know, the only real place we can do that is through audit. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I noticed that. Yeah, at least it kind of. Yeah, no, he was smart. Moving something. You're getting a good ball. Well done. I like this. I might see it. This is a good. You are an influencer. You're a secret weapon. Okay. We're gonna make you not as a roster.
Well, that's all being shut. That's just the acre.
I know you're
residential world, which means the oil wells. They're the oil.
Sorry, I
First side, I don't have to. I don't have to. Those are.
I have more than you.
That's interesting. I think we have you on the, let's talk with our supervisors.
Actually, on that, but your sister comes from.
Maybe that would be a good motivation item too in the future.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you. It's a fun one. It's a fun one. I bet I have. Yeah, that's what you'll see. I know, it gets better.
Yeah, no, I know it does.
And when you're building houses, space is at a premium.
Yeah, I mean, it might be.
Yeah. And one point. That'll be more fun. I'll see you guys in a little.
I see it described. You know, or it's on the set, so you can go as a board. I found this is something that the city's not, something like. I feel like something that's we should join them and make how do you success. Well, you know, it's easy to just you what we're doing, but I, you know, we're not advertising what's working. Yeah.
I mean, did any of those make your standards this morning?
Yeah, what are the meter plan?
The MS4.
It's just a bunch of that they wrote us out.
Is the board considering updating its municipal stormwater permits? Gee, I don't.
Maybe.
Yeah. So,
That'll be.
because I relay that to my man.
There.
So I'll, whatever highlights, I will share with each of the divisions are supposed to share two. Is that?
There's enough water for all.
I'm very careful. I feel.
The timing is a little bit off.
And I'm all in. I am totally all in.
The Los Angeles region part of the water industry not too long ago, and they made some great improvements on what had been, you know, the norm. And you know, they had their passports up, but that was prior to the receipt. So ours is really isn't first with some of those things. And of course, there's unfunded mandate and other potential challenges just hanging over us, but we're kind of cutting through new territory.
Yeah. Just, you know, I just with trying to put together, there were network covers. I know but almost 67, 68 jurisdictions, all the counties. The vision is like, tell us all your problems. How would you say it was?
So yeah.
Differences and yeah. Well, you know, they calculate where your percentage and then you say what he's turning it down funded mandate. I think we're still resources, man. Remember the board of unfunded mandates, you know, they're still, many of those, you know, challenges we have. So half the 2/3 of all the cases before that board from our money chair. Wow.
Is that true? Watch.
I don't know how many of that.
I think you're. We're not part of the right. 2 years, what you gonna do?
Come to us and tell these guys, no legislature, talk about it.
It's such an easy, weapon to wave at. To say, well, mandate. And well, that while I can sympathize with the general our like point was the police stuff. I mean, your maintenance for something, we have no, we're not being provided. Well, that's a great argument. But I also feel like the way they maybe applied to that's where she should maybe go a little too far as well. Oh yeah. Excuse. And a little too community. Yeah, I think I can work with this. I can get something to you next week. Great. This is what I need to go. There are two events coming up that I thought you might be interested in. Okay. Yeah, but at least not. These are the ones we like. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find that. One of them was the UC Irvine. That's the one. Something about them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Storage. Very sure. All right, so this is, it's called Partnering for Impact. It's on June 3rd at UC Irvine. And I've already asked, Mario sponsors, if I can have seats there. I plan on going. So if you're interested, I can email you. Anyway. It's all about collaboration and, developing policy. There's an item on reverse osmosis concentrate, as well as nutrient removal at the wastewater side. So I think it's going to be really well.
So it's on Wednesday, June 3rd. What time?
It is financing. My first session, I think, 8:30. Oh no, breakfast at 8:30. Welcome music conference. It doesn't produce. So I'll send you the flyer. It's at UCI, and since so be sure that I'll just let them know that you're interested.
Okay.
Good.
I'm gonna ask you. That conference. Oh, okay. Where did it go? Change the chair. Did I miss it? It changed the radio.
It's 3:45. That's the Kerr board. Yeah, conference. That's big. Over. Right now.
I know I'm getting old, but it's different now. Yeah. Oh, you're doing your. Good, send me a copy so I can put my name on it.
Yeah, you're on the hook next.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that one. I just blanked on the other one. So the general manager at Eastern Municipal Water District is set up a tour for me and my staff. And he expressed interest in opening it up to board members, and I immediately thought you might be interested. It's a tour of the Salter, and I'm not sure what else. I don't have all the details, but it's one of two dates. We haven't nailed it down. It's either going to be, this is in September. September 23rd. Yeah, okay, so we eliminated the option. So it's September 23rd from 1 p.m. to 3:30, out in Paris. So if you're interested, the invitation is there. Okay. 1 o'clock from 1 to 3:30. Tour the consulter and whatnot. I guess they've done this tour before, and sometimes there's a little bit of media coverage and stuff like that. So that's interesting. So if you're interested, yeah.
It's funny because when I got appointed last time, the ladies, working jobs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she made the same thing, really got to focus on the Empire. So I watched it. Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I mean, the way it goes. I get the sense that we don't have a deep, stable applicant to be appointed. We have that open.
I mean, it's in the regulation. It's actually the law or not. So they have to come to us for, if they all have the conflict. Conflicted, yeah. Absolutely. And, I don't know if you talked with Chris, she had an idea for somebody who might take her seat if she became.
She did mention that to me. The word guy she mentioned is actually the.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now like, remember Joe Carter?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's interesting, he lived in Region 9, his business, he's on the other side of Old Toll Road in Region 8.
Oh, that's right in the boundary.
Yeah.
That's close. So, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, this person works at.
That's it's in Ontario. Yeah, in Ontario. I bring up okay.
How's Joe doing? Do you know?
He's always brought up things.
Yeah, he ran for something recently.
I know. Yeah. Well, he's on the
Yeah, I saw his name pop up and I was like, oh, what's former board member?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know if you want to go out and get lunch or.
I'm interested in the taco truck.
Yeah, I want to eat fried hamburger, you know. You gotta check out for the park over here.
Yeah. You know, they really feel like keeping it up.
Yeah.
Do you wanna chat about your question there, Adam? Well, yeah, or do it another time. I'll be down there in a bit, John.
Oh, no, go ahead, no, you go. No.
We'll have time.
You go, yeah, cause, you know, we can read this, you know. Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you, it's never again, so, might as well just.
So one question is where, where I would probably be, I'll go on. I think it's number, I don't think you would, well, how would you? Which question is, I don't know, you're there about it.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I've got a printout.
Oh, so it will take empathy use in their life. Yeah, or that. I think. That's very, okay. All right. So golden priorities, which question, number 1. Say that your priority is protecting environmental waterways.
That's my fun. That's back when. No, I don't think she's not in that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I do have previous answers. Hold on.
But just.
Well, we're, so let me brainstorm of what's for how big percent adoption are. I think, you know, we've had a good amount of enforcement action.
I was completely, yeah. But what I think had greater than, and what we're doing, yeah. Significant, that's what significant number of, water resources.
You know, our region before had a bit of a reputation for not having enforcement. And, you know, whether that's fair, I don't say, but we certainly stepped it up, noticed, we're doing a lot more areas. I think it's important to do enough cause people to talk about it. You know, the consultants, the dischargers, you know, if they talk about change in approach, I think that ends up leading to better outcomes.
So have that have, yeah, I bet, yeah. Okay, that's good, hopefully, chill. Let me suggest that we talk about what else in our industry. We adopted, that's a big one, and of course it has to do with, Lake Inland Empire, where nutrient pollution is an issue. Absolutely. That's a major accomplishment. And then the river, I'm gonna make my lunch right here. Yeah, yes. Called it. Oh, where did they do the clean? Yeah, the middle city. The one, just recently, like in the last week. Yeah, we went and worked with the. Love it. Those are progress and advancements. Great. So I mean, I'll flesh these out. Or when are you getting back from Mexico? When are you coming back from Mexico? I'll be back. Thursday. Okay. We have Thursday and Friday. I could go in for Thursday, to the office. So we can sit down and do that. I don't have any problem. You have time Thursday, I just gotta make what time to go in. Prefer in the morning, so that I can get that.
He's asking about,
Maybe around.
being able to hear the video, or? Like what?
Actually, there's no something, I'm just.
Oh.
We need time, anytime it works. Let me get back, but I'll find a good time. Yes, yeah. I think I'll be available, then make it a different time, right? Yeah. That's my staff appreciating staff out for this event. Sorry, supposed to talk to you.
No. Well, when did he text us?
Okay, reaching on goals and priorities for your. Major challenges.
Oh, yeah, all the mics are over.
Someone mentioned this might like off EM sport.
Yeah.
I saw that one of your questions somewhere. It's the last one. Number 7. Number 7, it's on number 7. That one. Yeah. But again, you could mention that also on there, as like one of the, and then down in 7.
There we go, now try.
All right, everyone. I hope everyone had a great lunch. If you don't mind starting to wind down your conversations and take a seat, we can start to get ourselves started here. Thank you all again. Hope everyone had a great lunch. Thanks for coming back. We will now be kicking off here after lunch a presentation on the budget and discussion on budget. We have Ryan here from the Division of Administrative Services to help us do so. And we'll also have an update on communications. We continue to actually make incredible strides in being able to tell the story of the water boards, the complicated yet important work that everyone is doing here and connecting directly with communities. And so we have Jackie Carpenter here, our communications director, to go over some innovations and work that's been done in the comp side. So I'll hand it over. I think we're starting with budget. I don't have my agenda right in front of me. So Ryan, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us. Fun budget times. I'll kick it off to you.
Thank you, Joaquin. Good afternoon, everybody. Going to give a quick update on the budget, as Joaquin mentioned. The timing of this meeting as it relates to the budget process is kind of interesting in that we're still mid-cycle right now, and the May revision was actually just released today. So I brought with me two different versions of the slide deck because I wasn't sure what I was going to be able to share based on timing. So the numbers that are going to be up on the screen are a little bit outdated because what I provided Meredith in advance is the numbers as of the governor's proposed budget, which came out Jan 10. And like I said, we had a release today that changes those numbers a bit. It's not dramatic, but as of May revision, we're looking at a water board budget of a total 1.9 billion and 2,806 positions, which is an increase of 29 positions for the upcoming budget year. Also note that there is an estimated $17 million decrease built into our budget as a result of the budget letter 2420, which many of you all may be familiar with from a couple of years ago, where we had some of our vacancies swept. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in some of our additional slides. So we can go to the next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. This is more of just an FYI for folks that even once we have an enacted budget as of July 1st of each fiscal year, there's a number of adjustments that we do throughout the year that change the overall numbers. Generally, they result in increases to our budget, just the natural costs that increase year to year for employee comp, retirement costs, the pro rata, which is what we pay to all the centralized statewide services, such as state controller's office, state treasurers, et cetera. And so there's some of those annual drills that would result. So for those that may be following numbers closely, there are some adjustments that happen throughout the year, and they're all listed there. Next slide, please. Here we have a list of our budget change proposals for upcoming fiscal year. Again, these are what we had approved as of Jan 10. We did have some additional BCPs part of the May revision, and I can just read them off real quick because there's not too many of them. We had a couple of combined BCPs, one of them being gravity-based energy storage well pilot program that was part of SB 567. We had a BCP for Contra Costa and Kings County Local Primacy Agency Delegation Agreement termination, which is some of our drinking water systems are managed at the local level, but they can get turned back over to the state. And when they do, we ask for resources to manage those water systems. We had a BCP that is a May revision that's titled Fresno Office Relocation, and it's to just address a site search for a new facility, and it's going to have some increased costs associated with it. And given the continued reductions that kind of been happening to our budget over the last several years, we have oftentimes absorbed some of those costs when we've leased new facilities as they tighten our budget more and more. And as lease costs go up, as many folks may be aware, the general real estate market, things have gotten very expensive and gone up dramatically. So we needed to go out and actually ask for resources. And as we need to do additional facility leases, we will be doing subsequent BCPs likely on that. And then we had another technical May revision for Prop 1. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this is the budget letter 2420 information. We had a reduction of about $17 million to our general and special funds, 5.8 of that being the general fund and 11.2 for the special funds. The drill originally had scheduled to abolish just under 91 total positions. However, when that was presented to the legislator last year, they had some concerns around some of the positions that were scheduled to be eliminated. Their sticking point was the fact that a lot of them were special funded, which for our organization are covered by fees. And they do a lot of permitting activities and important work throughout the state. And so the legislator asked for some more information regarding some of those positions. And they identified 43 of them that they did not concur with what the administration had put forward last year. And where we're at in the current budget process, we go through a series of budget hearings where the Senate and Assembly get to review the various BCPs as well as any other items that are in the budget. They have had some discussions regarding these positions. In fact, the last hearing that I went to with the Senate, they spent most of the time of the entire hearing talking about the positions that they did not agree with necessarily being reduced versus all the other items they had to discuss on BCPs. However, through our budget hearing process so far, generally at this point in time, they vote to take action on some of the budget items that are included in their agenda. And so far, there really hasn't been any action taken. So they've scrutinized the positions that are being reduced. It seems like, these are all public meetings that have taken place, and folks can go out there. And actually, if you have not seen the hearing, they do have them archived on the Senate and Assembly websites. And so you're welcome to view those hearings. But like I said, they spent a lot of time analyzing and asking questions of departments regarding the various positions that were scheduled to be reduced. But we have not seen any action, and so we don't know where that's going to land. I had a feeling that folks regarding this budget update might be interested in that. I know, many of the folks from the various regional offices and orgs that may be in the room, potentially have positions scheduled for reduction in that group. And so right now we are still in the waiting mode to see what's happening as far as those 43 positions. The remainder of them, of the 90.8 positions, were already abolished and have been taken off of our books essentially at this point in time. Next slide, please. And this is my final slide. As mentioned, I've provided some updates on spring finance and mirror vision because I wasn't sure what I was going to be able to share today. And then just a reminder for folks that our BCP concepts for 27-28 fiscal year, which will be submitted late in the BCPs themselves will be submitted late in the summer, but the concepts are due May 22nd. So just a reminder there. And just making more of an announcement here that the budget team is working on developing a automated budget tracking system, similar, which is what ABTS stands for. You see up there on the screen. It's an automated system that we had prior to the implementation of Fiscal. The system prior to Fiscal was CalSTARS, and that's what fed the data into this automated tracking system. And so when CalSTARS was turned off, we lost the data feed essentially. And so we are working to bring something like that, if not the same thing, back online so that folks can track their allocations and their spending in real time, hopefully on a monthly basis at a minimum. And that is all that I have for the group, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And just to reflect back on Fiscal, I know it was, quite the transition to the platform. And so it's glad that we're building back in functionality we had prior, and very proud of accounting and folks being able to have transitioned to that huge platform. So thank you. Looking to folks if they have questions for Ryan. Yes, John, looks like one of your mics didn't make it back. So here you go.
Okay, I have a voice. So one of your slides mentioned one of the items that they were working on is a Cali PA administrative consolidation or something like that. What is that? Question on that.
Good question. That is a BCP that Cali PA brought forward, and It is resources to do consolidated administrative work that agency does as a whole. And basically, whenever agency has a BCP that provides services to the various boards that fall underneath Cal EPA, we all pay a share of those costs. And so that's an adjustment to reflect our share of their consolidated admin resource request.
Thank you, John. Looking to see if there's any other questions. Norma.
Yeah, I was wondering, with those positions on hold, so to speak, right now until the legislature can figure it out, are those positions frozen at this point in time then? And are all positions frozen in terms of hiring?
Only positions from that budget drill, yes, they are frozen. Any of the ones, even the non-concur ones, are frozen. Like I said, the rest of them have already actually been abolished and are gone off of our books. But the ones that are scheduled with the legislator for non-concurrence are on hold. But any other positions, with the exception being any of like our unfunded cannabis positions, et cetera, but there's not a hiring freeze as a whole on the remaining positions and vacancies that we have available.
And just on another question, and perhaps you're not the right person to ask this, but I'm just wondering, with this whole idea of all staff employees returning to work, what is going to happen budgetarily? Is there going to be any impacts in regards to that?
There will be costs associated with that. And to the extent we don't have those resources available to us, we will need to request them through a BCP like we would any other resource.
Thank you, Norma. Looking to see if there's any last minute questions. Round of applause for Ryan and all the great work I know the budget folks do. Thank you. Okay, now I have a mic that works again. Now I'd like to kick things off over to Jackie Carpenter from the Communications Office, our Communications Director. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Joaquin. It's nice to be here with all of you. I'm Jackie Carpenter. I am the Director of Communications for the water boards. Well, the state water board specifically, but our office works with all of the regional water boards, and it's really our pleasure to do so. So it's really nice to be here today to tell you a little bit about our office. I know that there was a request to talk about our new digital publication, Ebb and Flow, but before I get to that, I wanted to just give you a sort of grounding in the communications office, where we're at, everything we handle, and then I promise to get to that toward the end of the presentation. So if you wouldn't mind, go to the next slide. So this slide is a little busy, but it talks about everything that we're responsible for in the communications office. And I think I just want to say, just to start, it really is such a pleasure to get to be communications director for this agency. It's such important work we're doing, and the people who work here are so dedicated and so smart. I learn something new every day. And that includes getting to work with my team. And Maria West is sitting over here. She's the Assistant Communications Director, joined us last fall, and she has just really helped us up our game in so many ways, especially in the digital space and social media space. And over to my right, I have a number of folks, Aileen Voisin, Edward Ortiz, and Nick Cahill. They're all here from the media relations team. I think a lot of you know them. They have their beats that they work on as the media officer for some of the regions and also the divisions. So just to say, the communications office is one of the offices at the boards that gets to work with all regions, divisions, and offices across the board. So we kind of have this bird's eye view of everything happening. And let me tell you, it can get overwhelming, because this is a huge agency with an incredibly important mission, and it's doing a ton of good work simultaneously. So it is definitely, I would say, challenging to stay on top of everything that's happening. But we do our best, and we do our best in concert with, your executive officers, who do a great job of keeping us updated, our wonderful partners, as we try to get the word out about all the work that's going on. And also to remind you to also respond, because we get a lot of incoming about everything that you're carrying out, the big decisions you're making, the permits that are being granted, the enforcement actions happening. So it's also about managing that as well and getting back to them on time so that we get into stories and we make sure that our perspective is included in the media coverage that happens. So just to kind of give you a broad scope of everything that happens under the rubric of the communications office, we have two teams. We have a media relations team and we also have a creative services team. Media relations does what it sounds like, a lot of media relations, managing the media, press releases. But also we have our creative services team, which includes our social media, it includes our graphic design, brand management, and also the emerging website strategy that we'll be implementing with DIT. So that's kind of like a broad scope of everything that we're responsible for. Next slide, please. So I think you recognize a person in this picture. This is when we were celebrating the beginning of the BIL funding. It feels like a long time ago now already, at an event out at Keys Community Services District. So again, I think it's important for us to think before we start talking about communications is about first starting out with the why, like what are we trying to say and why are we trying to say it? And for us, it's always falls in some of these categories, and this is certainly not an exhaustive list, but more or less, this is pretty much will encompass a lot of what we're trying to do at any given time, which is inform about our actions, educate, promote what we're doing, how it meets our objectives, elicit public participation, show our presence out there in the public, doing what we're doing, describing how it's benefiting the communities that we work for, and also demonstrating coordination across the state. And that's another piece of things that our office is responsible for in terms of communications, is working with agency. There's a lot of things that go on that sometimes intersect with the work of other BDOs or other state agencies, and we need to make sure that we're all saying the same thing. Otherwise, things could get very confusing for the public and for the media. So that's another coordination role that we have. Next slide, please. So I tried to pull a couple headlines here to kind of give a sense of some media coverage across the regions, but most specifically today, I wanted to talk about regional communications, with the regions. And more often than not, we're talking about when we put out some materials, whether it's press releases or media advisories, or as we'll get to the blog pieces or informational material, we're basically falling in a lot of these categories, which is usually an enforcement action, permitting, a big permitting development, cleanups that are going on, and certainly some regions have more than others of those. LA has a few of those happening. Harmful algal blooms. In fact, we'll have an alert going out today about a harmful algal bloom in Region 5. And then also, there's other things we'd like to talk about, but we don't quite have the right platform, which is like maybe spotlighting our employees in a certain way and how they, what they do on a given basis, or, talking about beneficial projects that we have or program initiatives. Those don't always fall neatly in a package that the media would be interested in. So the media, I think we do get a fair amount of media coverage of the big items that are going on in your portfolios, especially at the local level. We'll definitely see some good coverage of, major permitting actions or enforcement cases. But so far, we haven't had a reliable space to talk about some of maybe the other stories we'd also like to get out there that aren't necessarily going to be something that the media would be interested in. Next slide, please. So what we've been trying to do, initially about several years ago, this was mostly just a media relations and response unit. We've been trying to build out a full suite of services as a communications office. And that part of that was when the three graphic designers joined the office a few years ago. And we've been slowly building out some of those other capacities like brand management and, streamlining our graphic design materials with media. And then the social media has been growing. So right now, these are the platforms we've had traditionally. We've had media to get our message out, engage the media, respond to media. We've been growing our social media. And we also have our websites, and that's another corner of things where we're looking at a strategy right now with DIT to begin looking at how we can update websites and the design there. So I won't go into too much of that today, but that's always been another platform for us. And then we have, our new digital publication, which I'll get to in a second. But on social media, I just wanted to, mention that for a moment, because I really want to thank Maria and Larissa, our social media strategists, who've really upped the game on our social media as of late, in terms of just giving us some more personality and fun, and also video. This is a big deal on social media, of course, short form videos, things that catch people's attention. So I included a post here that got a lot of attention just recently. It was a generational divide sort of post. One talking about our mission on the left for, in words that baby boomers and Gen Z or Gen Xers and millennials would understand. And then on the right, it's in the Gen Z language, which is locked in on H2O besties. And that's kind of, it's kind of these sorts of posts that kind of get some attention and we get some, we get some traction in a different way and show some personality. I also wanted to, just for fun, there's a couple links there. If you wouldn't mind clicking on the video link to give an example of some of the video that we've been doing. Thank you, Maria. This is a video that was kind of a teaser video for one of our blog pieces on the erosion after wildfires. I hope it shows up here. There we go. Maybe it's going to go slow, but you can get a sense here of some short form video that we are trying to launch on social media to kind of drive content and drive viewers to our digital platforms. As an example. So this was a teaser video for our piece that we published, I think, a few weeks ago on erosion after wildfires. Okay, thank you. That's good. And then there's one more post that I actually also wanted to show because I think it's a fun one. It's also linked there under surprises. So the other fun thing about social media is that there's something that it gives you information you didn't know that you didn't have. So for instance, you'll put something out and it will really catch fire in a way that you didn't expect. And it shows you that there's really interest in that item and maybe you didn't think that would happen. So this is one of those. So thank you, Dave Gibson, for providing us with a photo of the trash boom down in Tijuana. This is all the trash that was collected, like, I don't know how many millions of tons. We put this on our TikTok channel. We actually launched, Maria, thank you again, launched a TikTok channel last fall for the water boards. We put this on our TikTok channel and it just exploded on TikTok. It got, let's see here. We turned it into a video, yeah. So it got 16,000 views and 88 likes on TikTok. And we had just a really, new TikTok channel at that point. So it just shows that, oh, okay, people are really interested in that topic. We didn't quite expect that. It gives you information, right? As a communicator, it gives you information and social media can be a good environment for that. Please go, you can go back now. Okay. So going back to, so now I'll just talk a bit about our new, if you want to go to the next slide, that'd be great. Oh, there you go. So in March, we've been thinking about this for quite a while. In March, we launched we call it a blog, digital publication. Blog is kind of an old term, but it's a good shorthand, which is basically, it's on the State Water Board website, but it doesn't look like a web page. It's kind of set up differently to look like its own format. And we're calling it Ebb and Flow. Because it basically, there's a lot of ebb and flow in our work. Sometimes things move fast, sometimes they move slow, but there's a kind of like pattern to, and a kind of flow of everything we're doing. So anyway, this platform has provided us with the opportunity to do a different kind of storytelling. And it's a storytelling that we haven't really had a place to do before. So you got to have a place before you can do it in a way. So this platform is more of I call it long, you could say it's long form. I think it's longer form. We try to stick to about 1,000 words or less. So it's not super long pieces, but they're pieces that allow us to, and we have some great writers on our team, I just want to acknowledge. We have great writers on our team, people who have been journalists for decades, collectively, not individually. Kidding. I didn't hear me. So we have some great writers on our team, and people who with a strong journalism background and photographers as well. And so it's an opportunity for us to lean into those skills and help drive a different type of content. So essentially, it's a longer form sort of format. It's an opportunity to tell stories. It's an opportunity also to show our staff, like give the opportunity to staff who aren't they're not maybe, the head of a division who's going to get quoted in a press release, right? They're kind of the environmental scientist who's been working on a certain project, and it gives them an opportunity to also be part of a story, to get to have a quote in a story, to talk about their work. It provides a platform for that as well. And it also gives us an opportunity to talk about the history of our work, perspective. We can actually have a voice in some of these stories more than we can in, say, a press release, which is a more bureaucratic kind of format. So it just gives us a lot more space to operate and to tell different types of stories. So for those of you who haven't been to the platform yet, if you go to our main webpage, there's a little thing up there that says Water Stories. You can link on that. And then every week, or actually we're publishing now twice a month, we also have in the middle of the homepage of the State Water Board, we'll have a blurb about the story, the latest story, and you can click there to get to the digital publication. Next slide, please. So I think the last thing I wanted to say was that, where are we at with it? And we just launched it. We launched it end of March, but we've already done 6 stories. We've moved to twice a month because once a week is a lot. But I think we're going to be keeping it at twice a month. And we are looking for ways to profile interesting developments in your regions and things that maybe wouldn't get attention otherwise, right? We don't need to profile the huge permit that's about to hit that we know the media is going to cover. It's an opportunity to look at a program initiative that you're trying to develop, or a really good sort of result you maybe got out of a beneficial project you worked on, or actually one of our stories, we called it the Beaver Brigade story. It highlighted how the water quality enforcement penalties in Region 3 basically funded a beaver sort of renaissance on the Salinas River. So there's opportunities to take an angle on a piece of what you're doing and illuminate a broader swath of activity that the regional board is engaged in. So we are, we're open for stories, and we very much want to, in our first year, make sure that we highlight a story from each region. So we've already done 4. We had 3 stories from regions 1, 2, and 9 in our first story. Yes, I look over there at Dave. Thank you, Dave, for these pictures. These are pictures on our first story of what the San Diego Bay used to look like before regulation. And they were really powerful pictures because they illustrate, picture says 1,000 words. They illustrated what it was like in San Diego Bay before there was the regional board's activity under the Clean Water Act to clean it up. And I think that, again, this sort of platform gives us the opportunity to talk about the benefits of regulation and to provide a broader perspective on what we're doing than we usually can with the other sorts of platforms we have access to. So I think I'm going to stop there. I think I've probably chatted a bit, and I'm happy to take any questions you have. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Mm-hmm. And that's a picture of the beaver from the Beaver Brigade story I just mentioned. That's like the cutest picture ever. It did really well on social media. Thank you again, Maria, for finding the picture.
Questions from folks or comments as well? Yeah, please. Eileen White.
Great, thank you. I just want to say we are so lucky to have Jackie in her position. I've worked with her numerous times, and she is so great to work with, and we are just so lucky at the Water Board to have her in her position.
Thank you.
You're here.
I'm really lucky for my team. My team is I'm lucky for the team I have. Yeah.
Truly, truly. Jake?
Yeah, I'm active on social media and Facebook. And there was an article written about an activity that I was involved in as a board member, where the motion I made to support the staff report was not passed by our board. And I did post that story on Facebook. What are our responsibilities as regional water board members in terms of our social media activities which involve the board?
That's a great question. And I think that that's something that we could probably define better for regional board members and something we need to do. I mean, I think that as a regional board member, you are, you have you're acting in your capacity and you are an appointee, right? You're not a staff member. A staff member, we generally handle media for staff members, right? And staff members, and that kind of operates under a different set of rules. But in terms of regional board members, you're an appointee and you have some wherewithal to express your opinion, and on social media, that's really kind of up to you. But I would just say that it's important to think about your duties and priorities as a board member when you do that. And so I think that I don't know if Joaquin, you want to add more there, but that would be my first response to your question.
Yeah, no, I think that's right, Jackie. We as board members and appointees have discretion. And we really need to be thoughtful and use that. I think after a vote has occurred, I think you're definitely open a bit more to, give folks insight into your thinking and what you did. I think it's difficult prior to a decision being made before the board to, as a board member, be out there posting a ton. And you have to think of, again, our decision-making space, the appropriateness, and the ability to remain collegial with your colleagues who may have very different opinions. And the place for that to play out is at the board meetings. If you're, a little too far out there, it can harm the confidence of the decision-making and confuse where to engage. Social media is helpful. It's helpful to be able to expand on our work and draw folks in, but the decision-making happens at our board meetings. And the balance of the voices that we all have are kind of in that space. So I think it's, as Jackie said, there's no hard and fast rules around how, and I think it's really powerful and great that board members are engaging in social media. I think it is another avenue for folks to get to know you, to understand your priorities, the work. And again, we have to be very mindful of the appropriateness of where you are in a decision and maintaining the integrity of that discussion before the board and not, kind of get caught up too much on the outside prior to that. I think that's that would be my thought. Yes, Alexis, and then. Sure. Alexis, is it a same topic or?
It's Jake's comment. And
Okay,
I
okay.
think
So yeah, we can do more follow-up then.
as we're former colleagues, I think one thing for us all to bear in mind is when a board takes a vote, to the extent that someone wants to communicate afterwards around that vote, if that decision should be appealed, you don't want someone to take advantage of your social media personal opinion as let's say they participated appropriately and they have standing in an appeal. You don't want to do something that would undermine what the organization wants to do in an appeal situation. But
I think that's right as well. Definitely right as well, Alexis. Yes, and then we'll go to Al.
Hi. So, in a sense, when we do social media and we doing reposting, press releases and stuff like that, there's no harm in that. That's already been vetted, done.
Absolutely. That's a
Wait,
kind of official, that's like an official communication from us, and also reposting things from our social media pages, right? You can reshare, and we invite you and welcome you to do that, and we hope you will. And we also hope you'll subscribe to the blog too. I forgot I was supposed to mention that. But yes, no, absolutely. I mean, like, there's not an issue around that. Yeah. Thank you.
Al.
I believe I was here at the last conference last year, and legal counsel said something about that, about us, being board members active in the community. And of course, now with the social media coming up, I think that legal counsel kind of needs to, and I think he's on the all the time. So maybe that'd be something that the legal counsel could give us a, not, maybe hit their opinion of legal counsel, what we can do, because we're out there in the public. We were appointed to this board to represent our respective communities, and so we need to be out there.
Definitely.
And in what form, I don't know. I mean, I go out to chambers of commerce and they ask me something about board, and I cannot just say something because I'm part of the board and I'm not a staff member, and I refer them to the appropriate staff member. But I think that legal counsel kind of needs to give us a little bit more clarification as to what I may want to post something on Facebook about today. Oh, here, I'm here in this meeting today, and say, hey, maybe you can't do it. So I just might.
Yeah, I think it might be actually helpful if, we really do provide some guidance, a short guidance document, just so folks know at least where the brighter lines are and where, the more discretion spaces can be. So maybe that's something.
Yeah, I
Appreciate
think
that,
that's-
Al, that we could work with.
Yeah,
CCL.
definitely. And I think that for me, I've always understood it to be things that are before the board are not appropriate. You want to be really careful about how you speak about those on social media or anywhere. But in terms of taking a picture of yourself at the WQC, this is a public meeting and we're all on video anyway. So, I mean, feel free. I mean, so that's.
Just for the record, I'm the only board member who has actually been on site in recent months. I was pleased to support our staff's proposed action, and I had posted an article that appeared on the internet. Water Board tosses HRC's proposed regulation changes for Elk River.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I did. You're more than welcome if you follow me on social media, and I'll be happy to ask legal counsel. We seen the legal counsel people?
Yeah, they'll be up next, actually. So it might be
I'll be
good
happy
moment.
to bring this
They're
up
primed at this point.
You're primed. They're getting primed, yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's David and Norma.
Right. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work that you do. The communication piece for the regional boards, for the state board is just so critical. How we communicate with the public, how we garner support for all of the work. So thank you for that. So I mean, first a comment regarding board members. I think, there are two basic rules. First of all, we're part of an administration. We're part of an administration. And secondly, we're bound by what our boards decide. So we can't, if a decision is made by the board, you're bound by that. But regarding media inquiries and so on with staff, I just wanted to get, for me anyway, a better understanding of how that process works. Because in Region 4, we get a lot of press releases that we want to put out, media inquiries all the time. And the media inquiries, it's like, the reporter calls up Susanna and says, I'm going to press tomorrow at noon. And she has to get in touch with you to make sure you understand what. So how does that process work, and how do we make sure that we don't allow media to say something that is incorrect by default?
Right. Okay. So yeah. So happy to share about the process. So we behind you is Aileen Voisin. She's there. She's your public information officer for Region 4. And so what we do is we're pretty responsive to the region the moment that we hear of any media. And actually, a lot of times we get the media. Well, I think we both do, right? I think the region will get some media inquiries directly. They'll send them our way, or Aileen will get them and immediately reach out to you. So we're in close immediate contact to try to get a response as soon as possible. I will say this, media deadlines. We do our best to manage the media deadlines we're given. Sometimes they're completely unreasonable, but we try to meet them anyway. And that's just the nature of media work. It's just what it is. But at the same time, we also can negotiate with the reporter around pushing a deadline a little bit, or going back and forth with them if we need more time to get a response. I think in generally we've done pretty well. I don't think we've had a lot of instances, at least in Region 4 or other places, where we haven't gotten back to them and they've run and they've said, they didn't get back to us on time. I want to just say one thing you said about, how do we make sure that they don't print something that's incorrect? Well, the media is independent. They can print something that's incorrect. But we try to intervene with them beforehand, make sure they're aware of what the accurate information is. And whenever we see something that's inaccurate, we go back to them and we get a correction. Usually, if it's straight up inaccurate, we can get a correction. If it's something that you just don't like, that the way they put something, that's different. That's not the same thing as a correction. So we just have to recognize that the media is independent. They do take a position on certain things. There's going to be a certain way that some things are framed that we're not always maybe in love with, but that's the nature of the media partners. Media partners also can be great at helping amplify some things. So that's the nature of media relations and media management. But we are, I think, pretty responsive, and we definitely, whenever there's an inaccuracy, we go back and we usually get a correction, because most of the media we deal with they uphold some journalism, integrity and principles, and they will correct something if it's inaccurate. So I don't know if that answers entirely your question. I'm happy to go more of the process if you want. Does that work? Okay. All right. Thanks, David. Yes.
Yes, Norma Camacho, Region 4. You had indicated that you were going to be revamping or relooking at the website. And so I was wondering, one thing to perhaps consider is a AI front-end interface for that. Because let me tell you, the search engine that you use for the website doesn't get you very far. It gets you in the wrong places sometimes.
Well, there's a lot of things that we can be updated. And I think, that's an ongoing sort of, we're right now, it's an ongoing priority of the board. It's in the strategic plan as an ongoing priority. And we're going to be working with DIT on, the whole large, strategy, entirely. So the AI piece of that, I think, is something that we would have to consider with DIT, whether that's.
Yeah, because I'll just tell you this, the people are going to do it anyways. They're going to use ChatGPT to find out the information, and we're not going to be able to control it because sometimes it's going to be wrong. And so if at least
on the website, it would be wrong. Or
no, the ChatGPT will reflect an answer that may not be entirely correct because we don't own or kind of oversee what it reaches out to. But if you develop your own AI interface, you can control that and ensure accuracy to the extent possible.
Okay, thanks. That's interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
As a kind of queuing off of that a little bit, I'm curious, and this is not unique to just the communication side. I mean, I think this could be applied more broadly to the water board websites, but speaking to the communications, the amount of times I've had water users from our region, I work across Central California and Southern California in the real estate world. I'm an appraiser. The amount of times I've had growers and water users reach out to me and ask me, "Hey, have you heard anything on such and such decision?" And they are on the email communication lists, and I don't know, the emails go, I tell them like, well, go check all your different inboxes. And they're like, yeah, we don't see anything. I'm like, well, go try. I'll have to go hunt down the link because it's not intuitive sometimes, like where you need to click to go. And I'm just curious, are you engaging with water users to inform, maybe there's a better way to list this on the website, or actually like the functionality of the website is I think for folks here in the building and, in Sacramento and staff, it's intuitive because you guys are dealing with this day in and day out. But water users, there's a huge gap. That's my experience that needs to be addressed.
Well, I'll just say this. I think when we first of all, from our perspective in the comms office, we're just at the very, very beginning of, the website work and strategy with DIT. So just to say that. Secondly, I think there's an acknowledgement across the board, though, that the websites are, need an overhaul, right? I mean, so that's so that we can just start there. I think that it's going to be really important for us to think strategically about how we go about that work. And we're going to be working with DIT on that. Maria's very much already started those conversations, but this is going to be a longer process and a longer, a sort of longer scope of work, right? But I think that in general with, what you're saying about navigability, I think that's going to be a key part of how we go about that. So I hear what you're saying, and the growers and people who interact with us, anyone who's coming to our websites to do a piece of business, to take care of something, it's not just growers, it could be anybody. It needs to be really obvious and intuitive how to go about doing that. So I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
And more specifically, just to kind of highlight this point, I was doing some appraisals of a portfolio of properties down in the Tule Subbasin. And it was in a region that the area they'd submitted wanting to form their own exclusive GSA. And it was before the board, but the decision had just been made like a week ago. But when you went to their part on the Sigma website, it didn't have any of the news there, but the news release about what the decision was made was found on a completely different part of the website it was fielding those questions. Cause again, the folks I was working for, they know I'm a water board member, and it was such a frustrating conversation. And I would be happy to work with you all to
I hear
and put you in contact with the water users that might be a good like outside kind of panel perspective of usability.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. I'll take all those comments and inputs back to our discussions with DIT.
Yeah, I'll just plus up and say it is a huge priority for the board because the website is our platform for everyone. It is the primary front door that folks go to first when they're trying to find information and or trying to learn about the board. And so it needs to live in this century as a platform that can do that. I'll be candid, and we're way behind on our site. We don't have a content management system on the back end. It's individually coded, so any changes you see on that web page are because someone went in and made manual changes for each and every one of those pages. So we have a lot to do on the site, but I'm glad that we're really prioritizing it, and look forward, I hope within these next years, to then be able to have a WQCC where we unveil our new platform and site. And part of it is creating greater standardization across the regional board sites and the state board site, especially around routine things like meetings and the bread and butter of our work. It should be better represented. It should be a lot easier to be able to go on and figure out where we are in the various projects or permits that may be out there. But we'll start walking and then see how far we can run. All right. Thank you. Round of applause again for Ryan and Jackie. There's a lot ongoing and easy to sometimes do short shrift to what is a really actual core component of what we do. All right. Now I'd like to invite up regions 9, 8, 7, and 6. And we will do regional board updates. For whatever reason, sometimes default in numerics going 1 through 9. We flipped it this time. We'll start with the regions that we sometimes seem to, not have as much time for. So want to welcome up the executive officers for the regions here, and we'll transition. Thank you. All right, we'll kick things off with the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board and Executive Officer Dave Gibson. Take it away, Dave.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I have about an hour, right? Okay.
2.5.
Chair Liu, I believe, asked for an update on border issues. And so I'm dedicating Region 9's update to that. I have a lot of slides. They are text heavy because I intend for you to take them away, read them at your leisure, digest them, and then come back with questions if you have them later. You know where I work. Next slide. So very text heavy. I can barely read it from here, but the border pollution issues have become extreme during the last 10 years, and especially during the last few. We've had 1,615 nearly consecutive beach closure days and over 1,300 river flowing days, which are almost entirely composed of sewage. We've had 10 out of the last 16 years essentially of beach closures. So this is not really a new issue, but it's increased by orders of magnitude during the last couple of years. And while the average flow for the last 12 months has been about 53 million gallons per day in Mexico, the average flow during the last 7 days is about 11 million gallons per day in the US. So there is hope that the situation that we've seen will change here during the next few months, maybe the next year. Air quality issues. Now, I have a lot of experience in the Tijuana River Valley. I worked down there in the 1980s when it was 365 days a year of flowing sewage. It smelled bad in the river, but not almost anywhere else. This episode, during the last several years, we've seen really high levels of hydrogen sulfide in people's homes and businesses, especially at night. During the last few weeks, it's exceeded the 30 parts per billion almost every single night, multiple times, and sometimes it's been as high as 600 parts per billion for an hour or two at a time. And those are in people's homes right next to the elementary school where the site is located. We've had a complete loss of the fish in the estuary. No fish in the estuary. That was not true in the 80s and 90s, but it is now. I've heard rumors of mullet have been spotted, but I'm skeptical at this point. And for those of us in clean water, we have over 55 impaired water body constituent combinations. It is particularly bad. Next slide. A little bit of geography is helpful, and again, I intend for you to look at this later, but you can see that the river runs from the south to the north. It crosses the U.S. international border, which is that dashed line, and there are significant infrastructure in Mexico, sewer collection systems, and a river diversion called PB-SILA. All comes together at PB1, Pump Station 1. And so when you put all of your eggs in one basket, you know what you can expect, and PB1 needs a lot of work. PB-SILA was installed in the 1990s as a river diversion. It was originally sized at 23 million gallons per day. It was upsized to 35. It has been, to be fair, operated inconsistently. It has been operated more consistently lately now that SILA, the Mexican section of IBWC, has taken over operations. But it remains a key component of the system that often cannot be relied upon 24 hours a day. There are several pump stations along the way, and then San Antonio de los Buenos is a new wastewater treatment plant. It was intended to be upgraded in the 1990s. They finished it last year. And all the discharges from Pump Station 1 that reach the coast in exceedance of the capacity of San Antonio, which is 18 million gallons per day. They pump about 60 million gallons, ends up on the beach completely untreated. And that includes all the river flows. Next slide. This is an outfall of the International Boundary and Water Commission, the outfall for that wastewater plant that was constructed pursuant to Minute 283. It was intended to be a regionally sized wastewater treatment plant serving a regionally sized collection system. The ambitions were higher than the reality. The pipeline can handle about 180 million gallons per day. It's handling about 40 million gallons per day right now. But you can see, and this is the important part of the slide, is that offshore, 3 miles offshore, the currents are north to south. You can even see the plume really neatly. This was taken during the worst of the IBWC treatment plant failures when the water was more turbid. But the onshore currents flow from south to north. So all those San Antonio de los Buenos and Punta Bandera discharges end up on our beaches a few days later, which is why we've had 10 out of the last 16 years of beach closures. Right now, it's reaching as far north as Coronado, so there are warning signs outside the Hotel Del. Looks so good on social media, seeing signs of a beautiful beach, don't enter the water. Next slide. There's a lot of regional board actions. I'm going to leave you to read this later, but the gist of it is that it takes a lot of staff time to manage this one wastewater treatment plant, to regulate it properly. Easily, it's more staff time than all the other POTWs combined. It requires a lot of oversight. My staff are meeting with IBWC and their contractor Veolia weekly. We have found that to be necessary to keep abreast and to keep them on target. We have litigated with them, and when we've done that, it's required not less than 12 personnel years worth of staff to carry that workload. So we're very happy about the approach that we're taking right now. Last year, we worked with IBWC and EPA to rush forward an expansion of the international treatment plant to 35 million gallons per day using blended effluent in the discharge, 10 million gallons of primary to 25 million gallons of secondary. We rushed it so they could use contract money to buy the equipment that they would need. Unfortunately, they didn't meet the actual target until about 3 weeks ago. So now they are treating 35 million gallons per day. Next slide. We have a lot of regulatory actions that are pending. They basically fall into the expansion of the treatment plant. We have Proposition 4 and Proposition 50 still projects to permit, local agency projects, state, federal, and local. There's a lot of monitoring and assessment that needs to be done to really demonstrate the efficacy of these projects. And we are looking at developing more advanced restoration plans. We use these as TMDL alternatives because we can't apply a waste load allocation to Mexico. So we're focusing right now on bacteria and trash. We have record of decision projects and federal projects which will allow us to attain actually the trash earliest. And you can see that trash boom that Jackie talked about a few moments ago. Very successful trash boom. And I'll just advertise for a moment there. That boom was able to endure flows that went from about 50 cubic feet per second to 24,558 cubic feet per second in less than 10 hours. And then it drops right back down. And it captured about 1,500 tons of trash just this rain year alone, and it's been kind of dry. I also chose a nice, beautiful picture of IBWC's secondary treatment system because that's what it's going to look like when their plant is fully expanded, not like the ugly pictures I've shown of them in the past. Next. Next slide. Oh, so we've asked for a border protection unit many years, so now it appears to be moving forward. I pointed out that while we're working cooperatively with IBWC, that has not always been the case. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, we've had federal litigation. If we need to take action, we can't do it with ACLs. We have to go to court. And for filing briefs, mutual discovery, briefings, declarations, that usually takes about 12 staff to do, and 7 of them are my staff, and I've had to borrow and beg and steal them from every other program to accomplish that. The strategy that we're now using to address that with these positions are these. Essentially, with the IBWC in Mexico, it's source control and conveyance improvements. This was the formula that worked in the 1990s, and we expect it will work again. Expanding treatment in the US and Mexico. We've already built the San Antonio plant. It's 18 million gallons per day. There's a smaller plant planned for Tecolote La Gloria, about 3 million gallons per day. And the IBWC plant will be upsized to 50 million gallons per day. In meeting with Commissioner McIntosh, he emphasized that his boss, as he says, is focused on this issue and wants results. And I said, well, then let's stop mamby-pambying around and let's talk about 60 million gallons per day or 75 million gallons per day at that treatment plant, because it needs to be a regionally sized treatment plant. 50 million gallons is a cost-driven compromise and likely to be short in the end. And then monitoring and assessment. And the third component is sustainability. They are focused right now on operations and maintenance, which was the failures in the last 10 years, where we need to avoid making those repeated mistakes is where minute 333 is focused. Next slide. So getting to those results, these are some of the specific projects that are underway. I've already covered several of these, and you can see San Antonio's discharge, San Antonio's plant in the Punta Bandera discharge in the top, and the Saturn Boulevard hotspot, where the Tijuana River, basically all sewage, spills over a cascade of about 15 vertical feet, and that's where most of the odors and issues are at. And you can see the trash boom again. Next slide. This is an overview of the projects in Mexico. Again, I'll ask you to read this, but I think the important math there is at the top and at the bottom of that list. The flows in Mexico to the border are about 53 million gallons per day. The net reduction, if all of these projects are completed by 2027, is about 61 million gallons. So that puts us a little bit ahead, and thank God, a dry river in the US again. But that added capacity is margin of safety, and it's a very small one. So we will continue to have issues until we can better improve the collection system and further expand the treatment capacities. And that is the intake of PBCLA, the Mexican River Diversion System, in the lower picture. That's how they maintain it. A couple of guys with rakes. Next slide. One of the more interesting projects, and I think really important, is to take the wastewater effluent from 2 treatment plants and redirect it to Rodriguez Reservoir for indirect potable reuse. We get 2 wins out of this, 12 million gallons per day, less discharge to the Tijuana River. And Mexico, Tijuana, is very, very vulnerable. It is very water supply insecure, and it offers a net opportunity for resilience. So 12 million gallons potentially of source water that is available right now to Tijuana that they couldn't get anywhere else. We are expecting this project, which is a very high priority of EPA, to be done this next year. That will significantly reduce river flows reaching the US and provide water for Tijuana. Next slide. There's a lot here, and I'm not going to even attempt to summarize this, except all of these efforts, I believe, need to be reported effectively and quantitatively to the legislature, which is paying for some of this, for the staffing positions that we're asking for, and to demonstrate to the public the real progress that we've made. We've tended to overlook in the past where we made progress. We've forgotten the lessons that were learned. So in Region 9, we've been putting our heads together to say, what should we measure as we go forward with the staffing capability? How should we report it, and how should we track it? There's a lot of information there. I'm happy to go into it into detail later on with you if you'd like offline. But my plan is to have a state of the watershed report every 2 years, starting with this year, 2026. We'll do it in even years. It will have water quality monitoring, regulatory actions, load reductions, real load reductions for the trash and for bacterial indicators, and we'll update it every year. And if you haven't seen it, Scripps Institution of Oceanography has a pathogen forecasting model on their website that shows for the beaches in South Bay what the conditions are going to be like for bacterial indicators 5 days from now. So you can look at it if you're going to Coronado and say, should I swim or not? You don't have to go there and swim and then find out 2 days later that you should not have. It is a brilliant tool. It is color-coded. And I expect to see during the next 6 months to 12 months, to be an optimist, that what are right now are browns and reds will shift to oranges and yellows to blue. You'll see in color the reduction of sewage reaching the coast. And that is something we're going to try to capture and report physically with Scripps Institution of Oceanography and index periods to try to show the progress that we expect to make. And I think that is my last slide. Next slide. Questions and discussion, happy to take them afterwards. That is the trash boom that RCAC is implementing. Characteristic of the border issues, it is a NGO operating in the federal zone under Customs and Border Protection observation in a channel owned by the IBWC with state funds. Try to put all that together and do it consistently. That represents the challenges, but also the opportunities. And that, again, captured 1,500 tons of trash this year that would otherwise have made it into state and regional and federal park space. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dave. And we will do questions here after all the presentations. So I'll kick things over to Eric.
See, and I mean, the beaver was cute, but that was a beautiful photo. That was a beautiful photo. All right. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Lindberg. I'm the executive officer of the Santa Ana region, Region 8. And it's my first WQCC. I'm so excited to be here. Buckle in. I'm going to have to fly through these slides. So we're gonna move fast. Slide, please. Okay, that's us. We're the little tiny pink 8 down there in the south. Just keep that in mind. That's going to be important later in the presentation. Slide, please. This is by far the biggest part of our identity. So the governor's water supply strategy came out in 2022. One of the goals in that strategy was the reuse of recycled water to the tune of 800,000 acre feet per year by 2030. Now, we're not quite there yet. We're getting close, but we've got some good successes to show off. Slide, please. All right, you may think this is a little obnoxious, but I went ahead and changed our color from the website just to make it stand out. So remember that tiny little corner of California? Look at the yellow on this stacked bar. That's us. We reuse recycled water to the tune of about 220,000 acre feet per year. And our little tiny corner of the state recycles 30% of the entire state's recycled water. More than 25% of the target, which I hope that, California can still reach. Slide, please. This is just supposed to scare you into realizing that if you've had your head in the sand and you don't realize that recycled water reuse, in particular indirect potable and now direct potable reuse projects are coming, they are, and there they are. It's not just us in Southern California, it's all over the state. It's a big part of our water supply strategy. that is to say the governors, but also our portfolio in Southern California. And you can't fix water quality in a vacuum disconnected from water supply. Water supply and water quality are absolutely attached at the hip. Next slide, please. So, we were asked to share some accomplishments over the past 7.5 years. So I've kind of walked you through the recycled water ones that I'd like to show off. But I just to punctuate the recycled water reuse issue, this is really our identity in the Santa Ana region. This is what we're most proud of. This is who we are. But we did some other stuff too. Our cannabis section is tearing up Southern California with inspections. Almost all of those are unlicensed sites, meaning they didn't get the permit through the state. They didn't go through the water boards to get their conditional waiver, whatever. Most of them are trespass grows on property where the landowner doesn't even know that it's happening. And when they find out, it's usually our cleanup order. And they realize that they've got a big responsibility to come in and clean that up. We've had tremendous success at voluntary cleanups in this arena. That being said, we have had to do a little bit of enforcement action, and I actually cheated on this slide. Half of that number is Dave's credit, not ours. But we've had some big successes. So that was San Diego's. Slide, please. Stormwater. Again, just a reminder, we're this tiny little corner of California. Our stormwater staff are superheroes. I don't know how to sing their praises loud enough. It is absolutely tremendous the amount of work that they're able to produce year in and year out. What is perhaps a bit disappointing is how much of that work leads to enforcement action. Even after all these years under the construction general permit, the industrial general permit, we still have issues with dischargers not doing the bare minimums, turning in annual reports, mandatory minimum penalties for reporting violations. I think my board members would probably tell you that it's a little annoying to deal with these hearings for mandatory penalties because a chrome plating operation won't submit a report. It would probably take an hour or two to complete. Anyway, 11,000 enforcement actions, and call it 4 million in fines over the last 7 years. Our MS4 permit, I'm only speaking about that procedurally because we've scheduled a hearing. And in fact, that hearing is scheduled for July. We're right in the middle of our public comment period right now on the revised regional permit. This is one permit to unite them all. I have been, accused of being Sauron in Mordor over this permit. It's not a very popular permit, but we're doing it. We're going. Next slide, please. Basin planning programs. We had 2 major TMDLs in the last 7 years, which at face value, I think is kind of low, but seeing how much work goes into the TMDL process, we have a stakeholder-led process, meaning that we get all of the dischargers, all of the permittees, all of the interested NGOs together in a room, and we hash out the details of what that TMDL is going to look like together. So we're not fighting it out at the board meeting. We're fighting it out years ahead of time and nailing down all of those details so that when we get to a board meeting, it's darn near a consent item to pass a TMDL. The system works. Collaboration and cooperation, we are absolutely proud of how we've been able to bring these things around. And we have some great success stories, including, Newport Bay and the sediment load and nutrients coming into that. I encourage you to contact SWRCB if you have any interest on understanding limiting nutrients in our near coast ocean waters. We've done some really good stuff there. Slide, please. We've closed a bunch of tank cases. We've closed actually about half of the tank cases. And while the funding for UST is always a question, how much longer is it going to go? We've done some great stuff. We also have some big successes in the cleanup realm. There's more here than I want to talk about given the time constraint, but between this and slide, please. Between this program and the one shown here, the Orange County North Basin, we've poured a tremendous amount of state funding into cleaning up groundwater, which is the primary source of drinking water for our communities in Orange County and the Inland Empire. I think, the key stat on this one is 2.5 million residents are affected by this one national priorities listing that we were able to hammer out with US EPA. It's one of those rare, at least rare lately, instances of multi-agency success and continued, believe it or not, cooperation with the feds. Slide, please. Don't even try to read it. That's not what it's for. What I want to show you is that for this particular site, which I believe you heard about at the last WQCC, we are approaching closure. This is the Ford Aeronutronics. So in a matter of 8 years, we've taken it from massive community risk to closure. Here's what I want to talk about with that. The main challenge has been vapor intrusion. We still don't have a statewide vapor intrusion policy, and we need one. It is incredibly difficult to close a site doing patchwork approaches to vapor intrusion. There's been a lot of work at State Board to come up with those guidelines. I would love to see it pushed over the finish line and have an approach that could be applied to redevelopment sites throughout the state. I think that this is a major key that would open doors to redevelopment and building housing. Slide, please. This is the bonus. PFAS, you should all know what that is. It's the forever chemical and it's a problem. Slide, please. The state has done some amazing work to figure out where PFAS is, but we're still kind of on the cusp of figuring out what to do about it. Slide, please. That's my watershed. That's our watershed. The darker the blue, the higher the pollution burden on that community. So if you want to talk about environmental justice, racial equity, look at where the red dots are, which correspond to drinking water wells that have a high concentration of PFAS. It's a problem. Now, the wells that are hot on this map have been, taken off, or they've been treatment has been applied. So we're not, the districts aren't serving PFAS-laden water. But this is an incredibly expensive problem, and it's not just water supply; it's also wastewater. Remember how I was saying our tiny little corner recycles, almost 250,000 acre-feet of recycled water? What are we going to do about PFAS? The source of PFAS that is the biggest contributor to what comes into a wastewater plant is us. Right here, sitting right here, us. And the products that we use and the way that we live, that's the PFAS problem that needs to be tackled. I think source control is absolutely critical. It's one of our biggest challenges with regard to PFAS. If we can do something about source control, either in products and in us, that is to say residential discharge to our wastewater plants, the rest of the cycle starts to come into focus, where our wastewater discharges can be brought to a reasonable limit, and our drinking water won't be so red on the map. So the reason I bring it up, because it sounds like I'm talking about a problem, not an accomplishment, I am working tirelessly with our wastewater and water supply agencies to come up with a regional PFAS solution, not plant by plant, not well by well. What we're doing is trying to come up with a management system much more like a non-point source, because PFAS is everywhere. And I'm convinced it's going to work. So, watch this space, ask me about it next year, and I hope I have, some good news for everybody. So that's the Santa Ana region. Last slide is questions and a not nearly as cool photo as what Dave had.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Thanks.
That was a great presentation. And as we transition to Mike Plasencia from Region 7, just have to say that it is a fact that the hardest working drop of water in California, drops of water in California, are in the Santa Ana River region. They get recycled so many times that they're pulling their weight. So thank you. Mike.
Okay, it's hard to follow that, but Hi, I'm Michael Placencia, Executive Officer for Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board, and I'm here to update you on the Water Board's achievements for the last 7+ years. The key accomplishments I'll be focusing on today, next slide. The key accomplishments I'll be focusing on today include augmented tribal engagement, progress made through the Binational Technical Committee, and a completed project that is providing water quality benefits in the city of Calexico. Next slide, please. Policy changes and funding throughout the governor's term have helped facilitate a more welcoming environment for tribal outreach and increased opportunities for connecting with tribes. Some of the recent changes that have helped included the official state policy apology and subsequent creation of the California Truth and Healing Council. This outreach creates opportunities for deeper dialogue about regional history and a baseline step to begin forming strengthened bonds and partnerships. Funding at the state level helps lead toward meaningful action, such as policies or implemented remedial actions being tribally centered or even tribally led. Data that we gather also is shared with the public, with the goal to inform development and implementation of water quality solutions. Our data can help support tribal management of waters or act as a supplement to tribal monitoring efforts. The protection of tribal beneficial uses in the Basin Plan will continue advancing over the next few years, and we aim to work with tribes to ensure all beneficial uses of waters are accounted for. Next slide, please. To better serve our region's tribes, we have centered our regional strategic plan around meaningfully engaging with tribes and supporting their participation in our processes. Further, we continue to hold meetings with representatives from various tribes in our region. These meetings have strengthened relationships with their environmental departments. Regional board staff aim to continue to meet tribal members, staff, and leadership where they are so we can best support issues affecting them. We have jointly conducted water quality monitoring with and provided technical assistance for tribes. We also pass along information about grant opportunities and any funding available that we are aware of from federal or state level funding. We engage the tribes in projects that improve regional and tribal waters or projects that discharge wastewaters into the waters of tribal significance. This effort improves trust and transparency. Tribes have also been invited to our board meetings and board meeting tours to see how the regional board undergoes different projects, oversees permits or cleanup, and provides feedback. We aim to have tribal perspectives included in our decision-making. Next slide, please. Next, I'll touch on the Binational Technical Committee. You heard a little bit of that from the perspective from Region 9. Regional Water Board staff attend various meetings throughout the year related to water quality, border issues, and infrastructure projects by attending the Binational Technical Committee, referred to as the BTC. The meetings occur on a bi-monthly basis and are hosted by the SILA, or International Boundary Water Commission in Mexicali, Mexico. Discussion at these meetings includes actions taken by the State Public Services Commission of Mexicali to improve sewage infrastructure and water quality data for the New River. This collaboration has resulted in formalizing an agreement to report spill and discharges to the New River, which improved communications and allowed staff to identify correlations between the New River water quality and spill events, typically observed as high fecal coliform. Improvements to the collection system, either by lining or replacing existing sewer pipes and acquiring modern sewer cleaning equipment. For example, the rehabilitation of sanitary sewer lines that surpassed their life expectancy by 30+ years was completed. This project benefited a population of 557,000 across 20 neighborhoods, and completion of the project mitigated the risk of 2.2 million gallons of untreated wastewater discharging into the New River. The rehabilitation and upgrades to public facilities that lift and deliver wastewater treatment facilities, including installation of standby power equipment and improvements and expansions to both the Zaragoza and Las Arenitas wastewater treatment plants. The project also is expected to further mitigate the risk of discharging untreated water into the New River. Next slide, please. Moreover, the California-Mexico Border Relation Council convenes annually. A meeting of the council is actually being held today at the San Diego Water Board. The Colorado River Basin Water Board prepares a section of the BRC annual report describing actions taken to address New River pollution sources in Imperial County. The annual report includes specific details regarding raw sewer discharges into the New River originating in Mexicali, Mexico, and efforts taken to monitor discharges and regulate pollutants loading to the New River. Continued pollutant loading flowing from the north from Mexico has impacts for TMDL and MPDS National Pollution Discharge Elimination System programs, as well as requires significant duplicative monitoring to profile loads. Recently, there have been discussions of updating our treaty with Mexico to allow for TMDLs developed in the U.S. to inform permitting discharges in Mexico. The final topic I'll cover today is progress on the New River, a cross-border transboundary river shown on the map as a white, next slide, please. Powering through because I looked at the clock. Shown as a white line. The river flows from Mexicali, Mexico into the city of Calexico in Imperial County, north, eventually flowing into the Salton Sea. Of the final volume that ends up at the Salton Sea via the New River, about 20% comes from Mexico, while the remaining 80% is from treated wastewater treatment plants and agricultural sources in the U.S. For context, that's 50 million gallons flowing northward across the border and a final volume of 250 million gallons flowing into the Salton Sea. Daily, million gallons per day. The New River has been recognized as, next slide, please. I keep doing that, don't I? Okay. The New River has been recognized as severely polluted for at least since the 1940s. The river threatens public health and does not support a healthy ecosystem for wildlife and other biological resources. If you take a look at these images, you can see not only does the health of the river look compromised on the images to the left, but on the right you see a serious, severe, and persistent issue with trash and other solid waste. These issues required the development of a plan to mitigate the pollution. This plan took the form of the New River, next slide, please. I gotta look at up there instead. Took the form of the New River Improvement Project Strategic Plan. The plan created a phased approach which divided reaches of the river into 5 reaches. The portion of the river that first enters the U.S. is named the Calexico Reach. This reach has thus far received priority. The plan was developed to target public health improvements, mitigate pollution, promote restoration, and strengthen the economy. The Calexico Reach of the plan, located proximal to where the New River enters the U.S., shown here at the bottom right of the map, it's kind of the green space, bottom center of the map, recommended infrastructure components, including a trash screen and bypass structure. The City of Calexico was the lead agency for the construction of the New River Improvement Plan infrastructure components. Next slide, please. Here you can see the components of the New River Improvement Plan in Calexico, which was brought fully online in 2025. That was a 13, 14-year effort. The trash screen is located right at the border and effectively screens out the incoming trash. The bottom right is shown kind of as a yellow sort of space there. A diversion structure bypass conveyance system shown as a red line beginning at the bottom right corner of the map diverts New River water from near the international border to near the All-American Canal at the upper left of that image. And the pump back system shown as a green line starting near the Calexico Water Treatment Control Plant in the middle of the image, diverts treated, disinfected effluent from the treatment plant back to the New River near the international border, shown on the bottom right. Next slide, please. The project has not been without its critics, pointing out that an encasement simply hides pollution in the New River without actually treating it. Here you can see the rather complex trash screen on the left image, and then the overhead claw boom mechanism that removes trash as it is flowing. You'll note not a huge accumulation of trash in that image, and that's because the level of as the trash accumulates against the bar screen, it affects the level of the river, and that initiates that claw to remove it. But there's no less trash than what you might see in that trash boom that was described earlier. But the practical reality is that this project does effectively address trash and litter pollution in the New River, removing it before it travels into the United States. Add to that, the diverted flows migrate mitigate the contact of the polluted water with the population of the city of Calexico. Finally, by directing flows of treated water through the pump back system to the river remains hydrated and provides the community with a clean flowing river for their enjoyment. In fact, this particular reach of the river that is created by the pump back system is the cleanest reach of the new river for the 60 or so miles it travels from the border until it flows into the Salton Sea. The strategic plan is in need of updating, and we are exploring what part we can take in that. Further, work continues on identifying projects and funding to benefit the remaining reaches of the river, so stay tuned. Thanks, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Michael, and thanks for your leadership. You know, you're now no longer our newest EO, but your leadership here these last years is just really seen, and really appreciate everything you've done to continue to elevate the issues from the Colorado River Regional Water Quality Control Board. So thank you. And now we'll go to Ben. And
All
Ben,
right.
don't feel too pressed on time. You know,
Oh.
we'll still take a 30-minute break.
Oh.
But we'll kind of push a little into the time on the legal update. We don't have Michael Loffer here with us, but we're very fortunate that Jennifer is here. And so folks will be able to cover there. But so go ahead, Ben.
Okay, I was going to give the 2-minute version, but I guess I'll go ahead with the 8-minute. So tough act to follow. My colleagues here, although Jackie, I think I'm going to call them H2O besties now. And actually, this is totally, we didn't rehearse this, but Eric, can I use one of your slides? All right. I don't have a slide deck. I'm going to go low tech, but can you pull up the slide of California with all the 9 regions so you can look at that instead of stare at me? All right, so the prompt this year was accomplishments during the Newsom administration, last 7.5 years or so. So I really thought about, where can I come up with examples that really shows alignment between the direction coming out of the administration, state board, and even the Lahontan board. My name is Ben Letton. I'm the executive officer for Lahontan. Sorry, I forgot that part. And then how does it translate into on the ground implementation in terms of our region? And so I heard some themes coming out earlier today that actually are sort of captured in these examples, and that is environmental justice to disadvantaged communities, data transparency, accessibility, and science-based decision-making, safe drinking water sources, green infrastructure, watershed restoration, cutting the green tape, government efficiencies, climate resiliency. So you'll see that sort of drawn out from my examples. So the first one is harmful algal blooms. So we developed a harmful algal bloom program during this time, and it really, I think, helps support the goals of, climate resilience, public health protection, and safe access to water recreation. So one of the really big pivotal things with that was a passage of AB 834, which really switched the program from sort of a reactive, in its development, reactive program into a proactive. And it allowed also for dedicated funding for a coordinator for our HAB program. You know, we get a lot of unfunded mandates, but this one actually came with a position, which was really, really helpful. And it really advanced sort of our climate-driven, water quality protection efforts. So through the program, we've seen a lot of alignment with our statewide HAB monitoring framework and our FHAB program. We've really been great at establishing coordinated field responses, routine assessments of high-use recreational areas, special studies that focus on things like bloom dynamics, collaboration with CDPH, OEHA, CDFW, and also coordination with state board in terms of being able to report on public illnesses, and we've also received a lot of reports of wildlife and pets and things of that nature getting sick. Other major strengths of the program development is in our partnerships. We have over 40 partnerships from federal, state, county, NGOs, tribes, water districts. And really what's come out of that is our ability to expand our monitoring footprint because people are more educated in terms of what to look at for in terms of HAB, and then contact of our HAB coordinator in terms of getting public notices out. In terms of those advisories and notices, we've seen a lot of success in terms of over the past 7.5 years, we've issued 127 health advisories across our region. And we've also emphasized strong community engagement through outreach events and also collaboration on the development of state-wide tools with our colleagues at the State Board, including cyanotoxins, thresholds, benthic macroinvertebrate studies, story maps, and also the California HAB portal. The next example or success that I wanted to highlight is at PG&E Hinckley. So how many of you have seen the movie Aaron Brockovich? All right. Well, we have the distinction in our region of having a major motion picture developed based on a water quality contamination issue in our region. And a lot's changed since the mid-90s. So over the past, 7 years or so, first, we've been pushing for real science-driven regulatory standards, and this has come largely from a background study that we worked with USGS that came out in 2023. So it was a multi-year study that was actually cleanup and abatement account funded, and it really helped develop accurate and defensible standards for our actions there in terms of background for chromium. And it also kind of underscores our commitment to rely on high quality data used for the cleanup goals in the project. So we've also focused on accelerating longstanding remediation goals through just removing some of the regulatory hurdles. And a couple examples of that have been, we've revised our notice of applicability associated with the WDRs there to really create more of a adaptive management framework and thereby improve the treatment efficiencies. We've also amended the cleanup and abatement order for PG&E Hinckley to really adjust to the treatment configuration of the plume as it's changed over time and address recalcitrant areas of chromium-6 contamination. And so again, just our commitment to kind of remove some of the bureaucratic barriers really to drive better on the ground results. And we've seen those results because in 2025, PG&E met its first cleanup milestone by achieving drinking water standards for chromium-6 in 90% of the plume. And they reached 2032 cleanup goals 7 years early in terms of 10 parts per billion throughout the majority of the plume as well. So that's where we've seen like really on the ground success. And then the last example I want to give is for our enforcement program. The enforcement program has seen a lot of great strides, again, over the last 7.5, 8 years, and particularly becoming more of a proactive, data-driven program that focuses on public health and alignment with statewide water quality and climate change priorities. So we've done that through 1, improving responsiveness to alleged violations, 2, establishing strong enforcement priorities, 3, operational improvements within the program. So in terms of response to alleged violations, we are at an all-time low in about the 2018, 2019 period, where we were only able to respond to 23% of alleged violations. Now we're up over 90% as of 25, 26. Part of that is due to the creating a position for an enforcement coordinator, which has really improved our efficiency and timeliness, which has really helped the program in terms of creating strength in terms of regulatory accountability and timely intervention before things escalate. We also establish enforcement priorities, and just generally, those are focused on safe drinking water, environmental justice in disadvantaged communities, and climate resilient watersheds. And then in terms of operational improvements, we've taught staff how to write better permits, more enforceable permits. We've increased our field presence, and we've aimed for 100% response to alleged violations. And it has created results, outcomes. So we've had multiple settlements for construction stormwater violations, sewage spills, amounting to $3.3 million worth of supplemental environmental projects or compliance projects. Those investments have helped improve things in terms of watershed restoration, green infrastructure, and spill prevention in communities. And these projects have also directly contributed to a lot of the statewide goals we have in terms of habitat restoration, stormwater innovation, and community-centered climate resilience. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
So have you met Julia Roberts or?
No, unfortunately, I have not. But I think they should make a sequel.
Sequel coming soon and cameos. Looking to folks if they have questions, comments, things like to bring up with our executive officers here. Eileen.
Yeah, first I want to thank all of you for your great presentations. And my question is for Dave. I'm interested, Dave, in how do you notify people about the quality of water, like in the beaches, as you mentioned, Coronado. We're dealing with similar issues in the Bay Area and negotiating with a local wastewater agency on their lack of notification. And we've considered a couple different mechanisms. So I'm curious how you do.
Yeah, so the county of San Diego collects the beach water quality throughout the county from the border to Camp Pendleton. And they do that in most cases daily. And they're now using a ddPCR testing method, which allows them to change the posting within an hour. And so even now, even without the predictive modeling, you know right away. And they update it about twice a day, 10 in the morning and at 5 p.m. in the afternoon, evening. And they post it on the web. So there's an easy access from an app, or on the web, you can see in real time the yellow, greens, or red dots. And it tells you where you should not be swimming. So the county uses that. They have a website that they direct people to for beach water quality for recreation. It's posted at the locations with signs. One of our problems a few years ago was allegedly people from the Hotel Del kept pulling the signs out and throwing them away because it doesn't look good. So that was eventually sorted out with rebar posts in the ground that can't be pulled out. So they post that and advertise that, and we refer to it regularly so people can see it frequently.
Thank you. Go to Al.
There's not a question, it's just a comment that recently I saw a YouTube on both the Salton Sea and the Tijuana River. And boy, it showed the real implications that it had on the environment, and it was kind of like, oh, geez, people should really be aware of it. So I didn't see how many viewings it had, but I just thought that it was very disturbing to see the implications that it had in the environment, both the Salton Sea and the Tijuana situation.
So you guys got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, transboundary pollution is one of the most challenging things we have in front of us because our authorities don't extend into other countries, and so we're kind of left. And Dave and Mike well know, so appreciate that comment, Al. Jeff, and then Betty.
Just a quick one for Michael. Been fascinated by the New River for some time. Worked on it quite a bit a few years back. In fact, those were my pictures you showed. That map, I drew the darn thing. The question though, any progress on the wetlands, the either expansion or increases of the wetlands that were supposed to happen sort of to the north as the river moves on toward the Salton Sea and the farmland? There were, I think, 11 of them we identified. Sites.
Yes, certainly. It has been a challenge to get the word out on how effective they are at mitigation of bacteria, TSS, turbidity, other factors. And in the slides, I described the need to continue to update the strategic plan, the New River Improvement Plan, strategic plan. I think as a component of that, it's going to be updating the plan, identifying sponsors or leads for those projects. That's also a challenge. Hopefully, as we move forward with Prop 4 funding, we receive some proposals that might rekindle interest in constructing those vegetative swales or wetlands. Because dollar for gallon, they're extremely effective. And so we can continue to discuss that with the municipalities, the counties down there, et cetera.
Thank you, Betty. And then we'll take a 30-minute break.
Yes, Eric, I wanted to ask you a quick question, and that is, did you find use of illegal pesticides and insecticides in those groves? And when you did you check the soil, or how does that work?
Yes, in almost every instance. The use of carbofuran that comes over from Mexico, as well as some of the newer pesticides that have labels in Chinese, they're incredibly toxic, carbamate pesticides. The good news is that under normal circumstances, aerobic, UV sunlight circumstances, they break down pretty well in the environment. So that's good. It's more of an acute exposure risk when it's applied. I mean, that's why they use it, because the little rodents come around and chew on the plants and that kind of thing. The fact of the matter is that there are plenty of legal ways to go about growing cannabis. But that's a lot more expensive than the little container. It looks like Pepto-Bismol. My understanding from some of our work with our law enforcement partners is that it's far less likely now to have cannabis brought across the border than it is to have pesticides brought across the border. The pesticide smuggling is much more lucrative, and they just grow the plants here. Different communities have different rules, though, about whether cannabis can be legally cultivated. But even in the biggest markets, illicit cultivation continues to undermine the legal market.
Let's give another round of applause for folks on the panel. If folks have additional questions, please do go up to the EOs. We will take a 30-minute break. We'll come back at 4:05, and then we'll have our legal update from Stephanie and Jennifer. And we'll also take a quick photo at the end of everything. So try to stick around for a group photo. All right. See you here in 30 minutes. Stretch your legs. It's hard to believe how quickly the day goes by and how packed it can be. So thanks everyone for your time. All right, everyone. We're at 4:05. If you don't mind starting to wind down your conversations and taking a seat, we can get to our last component today. All right, everyone. If you don't mind winding down your conversations, I do appreciate this is the best part of us gathering is being able to have all the connections and discussion with each other. It is appreciated. All right, we are rounding out the day. These days go by so fast, and it's hard to believe that we're already here at 4 o'clock, but really want to give a ton of appreciation to Jennifer Fordyce and Stephanie Yu for being here with us and covering a bit for Michael. Michael's had to prioritize some family issues here, so we don't have Mr. Loffer here with us today, but we still have great folks here from OCC and ready to jump into a discussion around board member expectations and then also just a legal update. So I'll kick it off to Stephanie and Jennifer.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Yu. I'm the Assistant Chief Counsel for the attorneys that counsel Region 1, 2, 3, and 5. And I'll let Jennifer introduce herself.
Jennifer Fordyce, also Assistant Chief Counsel, and I oversee the attorneys that work on Regions 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Great. So I'm going to jump right into the expectations for regional board members. This is a memo that you saw a draft of last year if you were here, and that was finalized in August and sent out to the board members through your water board's emails at that time. And since then, it's been in the new board members onboarding binder, so hopefully everyone has now had a chance to take a look at it. We just wanted to flag a few things about it. So the purpose of the document is to make sure that everyone's on the same page and basically representing, doing the public's work in an orderly fashion. We want to make sure that, everyone's got the same baseline understanding of what the expectations are. So some of the key points that this memo raises, we do want to make sure that everyone attends substantially all of your board's meetings, and also to be prepared and read the materials before the meetings. And I know this kind of sounds elementary, but sometimes this doesn't always happen. And it really allows a meeting to flow better when it does occur. And then some of the challenges that some boards have had over the past year have been with attendance and quorum. And so we find it really helpful for you if you've got an absence that you are expecting, or if you think that you might be arriving late to a meeting or need to leave early, it is extremely helpful to let your executive officer know so that they can then consult with regional board counsel to make sure that you do have a quorum for your action items. And not only that, even if you've been there all day and you suddenly have to leave at the end of the day, if there's, under the guise of, oh, it's just an info item, I do want to also impress upon you that the folks that are doing info items, they're your staff. They've put in a ton of effort to put together a presentation for you. So it's really great for them to be able to address the entire board that is there. So that's super high level. And then one final reminder regarding using the water board email addresses. Please use your email addresses that are associated with the water boards. When things get forwarded on to your private email address, unfortunately, we've had some situations where public records requests have come in. And if it becomes clear that you've been using a private email address, we have had to go in and search or ask you to search that. And that gets super awkward very fast. So we don't want that to happen as well. So yeah, just another reminder that this expectations document does exist. Please review it when you have a chance. If you have questions about that, we're actually open for questions right now, unless Jennifer has anything else that she wants to add on to that. No? All right, great. So are there questions?
John?
Okay. Well, it's really more of a comment. As far as the expectations are concerned, I mean, they appear to be pretty standard. I mean, what's expected of anybody who serves on an appointed board or commission, or they've been elected to a city council, either the state or the local level. I mean, the expectations are pretty standard, and I didn't see anything that stood out as being onerous or anything like that. The one area that I thought was a challenge was the question of remote participation and when can you participate remotely? Because in all honesty, the language makes it appear as if it's an option as opposed to a contingency type of thing. And this becomes a problem because as a board chair, and I'm sure all my fellow board chairs can appreciate this, among the things you worry about in the next meeting is, are there going to be enough board members present to actually conduct a meeting? And this is especially a problem when nearly all of our boards have vacancies. So if you have one or two people that are participating remotely and you have just the bare minimum of 4 people present, and then all of a sudden, if one of them is late for the meeting or at the last minute they can't attend the meeting because of a medical issue or family issue or something like that, then, you can probably discuss, and there can be those simple information items, but any kind of action can't be, you can't do that. And so I think, what I encourage the board members, all the boards, not just our board, but all the board is, try to be there present, try to be there in person, physically present. So we don't have this problem of having to cancel a board meeting or not being able to make decisions. It's just, and especially where we have meetings like when we have people who have flown down from Sacramento. So all of us, and we're supposed to advise us on the decision, and all of a sudden there's no decision to be made because there aren't enough board members present. So that's my biggest comment on it.
Yeah, and that's a really important comment, and something that I wanted to touch on also is that, in terms of remote participation, it has changed over the years. Before COVID, if you were on a board, you might remember that the meeting agenda had to state where a remote participant was going to be. And that is actually still the rule. So it carries through to now. During COVID, we got a relaxation of in-person meetings and you could meet fully remotely. And then 2 years ago, or maybe 1 year ago, it shifted again a little bit. So there's still that underlying requirement or underlying pathway, I guess, where remote participation can occur if there's notice of where the remote participant is going to be, so that more than 10 days in advance. And then now there's this add-on where there can be remote participation when a quorum is present in the room. And then, after that, there could be one or more additional board members that are participating remotely. So it's not as flexible as it was during COVID. And that's why it's really, really important that we have advance notice of who can be there in person. Last minute cancellations can really just muck up the gears in doing board items.
Yeah, and then the other thing I guess I would add to, one thing with remote participation, it is a privilege to be able to do that. It's not necessarily a right, but it's a privilege and it's a courtesy for board members as long as you have a physical quorum. But, you definitely don't want the same board member or board members always being the one remote and then other board members not feeling like they can be remote. It really should be something that's kind of shared among the members. So there's that equal privilege gets surrounded. But when there's a board member or so that seems to always be remote, it doesn't allow that flexibility for the other members who always feel like they have to be the one in person. So this is courtesy to your other board members. It should be something that's shared.
Al.
I hope I don't violate the one question per table.
I gave
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah. At the last year's conference, there was an extensive discussion regarding the boards, and a memo was formulated, I believe, last year. A lot of discussion.
There's a draft of that.
And has it been updated? Do we receive it? Is there a copy for us as board members, or maybe send it to the respective board agency and have it distributed and possibly discussed, at a meeting, one of the meetings, but for purpose of updating everyone, as to, although some of them have served for a long time, others are new, but things change. So I think it'd be a good idea to do that if that's meets the acceptable legal counsel.
Are you talking about at an individual regional board meeting? Discussing it at an individual regional board meeting?
Yes,
Okay, yeah,
yes,
that's fine.
yeah. I mean, it would be up to the board
Yeah.
chair and staff when that could occur, but
Yeah,
I
that's
think
certainly-
it would be prudent to have, that discussed at all levels because, things change.
And also not all regional board members are here today, so it's also
Well,
good.
some may
Read more.
approve, some may say yes, some may say no, but that's up to the respective board chair. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Al.
but just for clarity, this was the final document. The draft was discussed the last WQCC and then it was finalized in August. So we consider this to be a final document.
Yeah, please jump in.
I just have a quick question. The idea that you need to give the address of where you are, is that, I feel like I read somewhere along the way, so people can go there or like, oh,
Technically, yes.
so if you happen theoretically to be out of state, that really isn't an option then. Or even in state, like that's what I'm trying to understand, like.
Yeah, so there are some requirements along the lines of that. The meeting, it's considered another meeting place is really what it is. And so it needs to be accessible and it needs to be open to the public.
Which no one does that, right? I mean, if they're calling in. Yeah.
People have done it, but most people don't want to put their home address, understandably.
Yeah.
But we've had people put hotels. Sometimes they borrow a place at City Hall, a room or something like that. But again, if you have a physical quorum in the room, you don't have to do that. Then you don't have to notice the remote people's physical, their alternative address. Which is why you really want to try to have the four board members in a room at least in person. But if we have less than that, that's when you have to start putting the address and that's not fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, and where we've seen problems arise is when you do have the four people in the room, one person online, and then one of the four people in the room leaves early, right? And that is now a Bagley Keene issue because it doesn't meet any of the requirements.
And just a comment, when I was on the Runner Park City Council, I did participate from the Orkney Islands at the Markester Hotel, and I did put up a notice saying that I was in room 110 and the public was welcome to join me as I participated in the meeting. Nobody did. I was very disappointed.
Thank you, Jake. Gary.
Yeah, my question has to do with the email thing. I do try to always use the state email. I'm usually successful on my phone, much less so with my computer. In fact, for the last week and a half, I haven't, if I log in, it logs in, and as soon as I open my email, it says, "Thank you, we're logging you out."
Oh, no.
So I took it in. IT spent an hour.
Oh, no.
It's a battle between Google and Microsoft. I had to get out of, log out, log back in using the Microsoft thing. All I'm saying is it's difficult. The way I've gotten around that is whenever, even if it's a kind of a loose chain, if I'm working from my personal email, I always make a copy of that to my state email. That way, at the very least, I can always stand there under oath and say, anything related to the board is in my state email. You don't have to take my computer home. Does that work? I mean.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what we say. We understand people have computer issues. We hear it all the time.
We call it lookout.
Having to
not
change our
outlook.
passwords every 90 days. Yay. But yeah, if you really just, have to use your personal email, you can't get into your water boards, please copy your water boards. And then when we respond, we will make sure your water board's email is on there. So at least everything is there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that discussion. And if folks have any questions though on board member expectations or want further, OCC is definitely here to help support. And I think we can go to our next topic then, just the general legal update.
All right. So some of this, you heard part of this last year's WQCC, at least the early part. And then the chairs heard some of this too, but 2025 was a challenging year for MPDS permits because we had a lot of significant litigation. And also just for the political climate. So obviously in early 2025, there was a change in the federal administration from the Biden EPA to the Trump EPA. We did see some delays on EPA's part as they were transitioning and not able to review some of our draft MPDS permits, timely, some draft basin plan amendments. And then in March 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court issued the City and County of San Francisco decision concerning what we in California call receiving water limitations, what the U.S. Supreme Court called end result requirements. These are the provisions that you've historically seen in NPDES permits that basically say the permittee cannot cause or contribute to violations of water quality standards, but don't really specify exactly what that means. And so we've been, over the last year, has provided and continue to provide guidance to the region boards on various permits on how to deal with that decision. But while this was going on, there was a lot of delay of how do we deal with this and what do we do? So there's a lot of delay in NPDES permitting. And then, another big thing was in October 2025, it was the City of Camarillo decision, which basically affected the state water board's toxicity provisions. They did that. There was a water quality control or a policy for water quality control. We had a very negative Court of Appeal decision that basically just completely upended the toxicity provisions. And then we have appealed that decision. It is now pending before the California Supreme Court. We're in the middle of briefing right now. In the meantime, we are back to status quo. We are implementing the toxicity provisions. But for a while, we were on hold, not knowing what we're going to be able to do. So luckily, we are right now, again, status quo. But we do expect a decision on that this spring, I think, maybe this fall. We'll see. Still briefing. But that, hopefully if we prevail, things are going to be good. If we don't prevail, then it's going to cause a little bit of a problem. And then in October through November of last year, we obviously had the federal shutdown that was impacting a lot of EPA personnel. While we understand a lot of them were working, there was a significant slowdown in getting feedback from them. So all of this to say was that there was definitely a backlog for all the regions for the most part in NPDES permitting. The good thing is US EPA Region 9 was fully aware of the circumstances, both in the litigation and in the transition. It understood. They said, yes, we know. It's okay. It's better to do your permits right than wrong. So they were fairly understanding. And then right now, the things that we're kind of waiting for, aside from the decision on the toxicity provisions, is we're waiting for the new Clean Water Act Section 401 rule and the new Waters of the U.S. rule, the WOTUS rule. So we're waiting for EPA to finalize those rules. The 401 Clean Water Act Section 401 rule was proposed was proposed rule in January of this year. We did provide comments along with many other states. We think it's going to be final this spring, and then the Waters of the U.S. definition was proposed late last year, and then comments closed early January. So we're really in a holding pattern to see what those look like in final form. We know the proposals. That's where we are on those. Anything else?
We'll pause here and see if there are any questions on what Jennifer's described so far.
Hopefully 2026 is a lot less active.
Nice to see you someplace other than Region 9. But anyway, what I thought the Porter Cologne Act sort of protected California from whether or not our waters are waters of California and was decided then. Is that correct?
So we are very fortunate in California to have the Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act. A lot of states don't have a very good water quality control statute. So we do, which is really great. But it does have its limitations. So for purposes of waters of the US, we do have regulatory authority. We can absolutely regulate it. But things like, enforcement is subject to a lesser standard for enforcement. Penalties are less. We don't get some of the protections that we get under the Clean Water Act. So we absolutely can regulate. We just don't get to regulate in some cases as much as we can under the Clean Water Act. Is that a way to describe it?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think one of the impacts that's kind of more invisible is if we are downstream of a state that doesn't have as robust of a state law, then the Clean Water Act, would no longer be regulating some of those waters. And yet those waters would still eventually make their way down into California. And so they are of lesser quality. And I think that's something that we might have to consider in the future. There are some, but and then I think if there are no other questions about this, we did want to touch really quickly on the social media question. So Jennifer and I, sitting nowhere near each other, except maybe next to each other, we both came up with, we independently came up with very similar thought process on this, which is that it's fundamentally not very different than an in-person conversation, other than posting on social media obviously reaches many more people. And you've got your little comment box there where people can, respond. And so a lot of the rules that go into play when you are talking with members of the public would be similar for posting on social media, which is, don't say things that you might regret in the future. The other thing that I do want to quickly note, and I see Jackie sitting over here, so maybe she can help explain this, is not all of the press releases that come out of the water boards are of final agency actions. So a lot of times, some of the press releases involve settlements before the board has approved it. Well, let me back up. They're not settlements. Well,
Proposed settlement.
they're proposed settlements. So it's a proposed settlement between a prosecution team and a discharger. And the reason why a press release goes out at that point in time is because that's when the discharger has agreed that they're going to pay the sum. But these proposed settlements still need to go before the board or the EO, depending on the type of settlement it is. So it's not a final thing. And so I feel that, if one were to post that on social media and say, oh, this is a great thing, then you're kind of showing your cards before you're supposed to be showing your cards.
Yeah.
Does that make
And
sense?
an example of that is one of the regions recently, there was a proposed settlement between a prosecution team and a discharger, and a press release was put out. Jackie's office helped on that. And it went to the board, the full board, for approval, and the board rejected it. So had a board member had posted that press release, it would have been, either, I don't know, yay or nay, I don't know what they would have said, but it could have looked strange.
If you don't mind, I'll also interject. Would that be the same thing in your view if, there's a draft permit that goes out that still has to go before the board? That's still a draft, right? So you wouldn't, because sometimes we do press releases on major draft permits, like Diablo Canyon and things like this. And when we, just for everybody's awareness, when we are looking at whether to do a press release or not, we need to consider when is the newsworthiness happening? What's the news value at different times? And you'll see, like with resettlements, like say the big Monsanto settlement on Roundup the other day, the news value was when Monsanto agreed. It wasn't when it finally was, finalized in court. The news value, that's when the media is going to report on it. So part of the point of our press releases is to get accurate information in front of the media when they're writing their stories. So that's just to explain why we would, in some cases, want to do a press release when the settlement is reached versus after it's already been public, has gone out for public comment, and finally comes before the board. At that point, it's very likely it's already been reported on. So that's just to explain that piece. I think looking at that logic, though, when at a draft, would you say the same thing for a draft permit? Like board members shouldn't post a press release about a potential draft permit
in
either.
Both cases, it's the editorial comment.
Right.
That's the problem, right? So if you got wind of this proposed settlement or a permit coming out and you said, this is great,
Right.
but you're still deciding on it in 2 weeks, that's not a good look at all. And then when you've got your little comment box available for people to chime in, now you're bringing in potential ex parte issues, ex parte communication issues. So I think being a lawyer, the more conservative advice is to just not post it at all.
Or turn off.
Well, since I was the one who brought it up, what I had posted on my Facebook page was a article about a proposed order by Region 1, which had been drafted by staff, which I had made the motion to approve, and the rest of the board members did not agree with me. And so the vote was 5-2 against the motion that I had made. That was then reported in this article, and I made the comment, to be very straightforward, that I was, as I understood it, was the only one who'd actually been on the site to which the order referred. And so basically, this was self-justification on my part, no question about that. But the board had taken action. The order was not approved, and I was commenting on the newspaper article. Maybe that wasn't the wisest thing for me to have done, but it's the way that I felt at the time. I haven't withdrawn it.
Yeah, my sense is that you probably expressed your views during the meeting as well.
Yeah, I think.
Is that accurate?
I think it's fair to say I made the motion to approve and I did. Anyway, never mind. I mean, I've been at the short end of votes in 24 years in the Roanoke Park City Council, so I have a very thick skin on these matters.
Thank you, Jake.
Yes, Eileen.
Yeah, thank you for your great guidance, and my board has always followed it, but I want to make it real, a real example. When you say, oh, a permit goes out and not to have a board comment, I want to give an example. Is our draft nutrient permit that our board adopted in July of 2024, which required the Bay Area agencies to reduce nutrients by 40% region-wide. It's going to cost over $12 billion. None of our board members commented when it went out in draft, so they did all the right thing. I got a great board here today. But the reason why it was really good they didn't is because that board meeting was a three-ring circus. We had a particular wastewater agency that busted in a whole load of people. They did a public campaign, reached every city within the jurisdiction, went to the senior homes to get people from the senior home. And so it would not have looked good if our board had said in advance, yay or nay. And so that's just an example of you don't know what's going to happen till the day of the board meeting. And so it was really good that the board listened to all the commenters, and there was a lot of commenters, 7 hours of a board meeting. And that way they got to listen to all the information and make a decision without having said in advance, yay or nay for the permit. So that just, you said it, but I wanted to make it real for people.
Thanks, Eileen.
Yeah, and just, if there's a certain group of people who want to stop something from happening, like a permit, they very well may scour your social media pages and be like, oh, look, this indicates bias. Oh, therefore they're not neutral. They can't vote. So we do need to be, we all need to be careful. We all have our First Amendment rights, but we also know, what hat are you wearing, your personal hat or your board member hat? And sometimes that line is very gray, and what you say in your personal life can impact your board life. So you just need to be careful.
Free for all.
It also depends.
Just if I might make another comment, I mean, we had a draft order in front of the board. Had been on the site, was in support of the work that the staff had done to draft this order. I felt it was proper, and therefore I made the motion to have the order approved. Most of the rest of the board didn't agree with me. Hey. Then it was after that, once another board member sent me the newspaper article, that I then decided, because I am a prolific Facebook user, for better or for worse. My wife disapproves of me, but I continue anyway. Sorry.
Norma.
Yeah, what I was going to suggest is when we have new board members come for orientation is to really emphasize the quasi-judicial responsibilities that we have. And it is a heavy weight upon us, and it's very, very important. So maybe make everybody fully understand the implications of that.
Yeah, we've been basically given, OCC has been giving essentially a detailed briefing to every single board member they comment on. We definitely stress it, but one thing is, I don't know how many new board, when you're a new board member, it's so much information, we get it. But we do try to stress these things, and we'll just going to continue to stress them. But we do get a lot of board members who either have a city council experience or something else, and they go, well, they're allowed to do all this stuff. And you're like, well, this position's different, and it's a heavy weight. Yeah. Well, that's why you guys make the big bucks.
All right, looking to see if there's any other further questions, anything further, Jennifer or Stephanie, insofar as on the legal side that we didn't get a chance to cover yet?
I don't think so.
And then it looks like Norma has another question. Yes, please, Norma.
Yeah, no question, but just a comment that, really, we really appreciate all you guys' guidance in every step of the way that we take. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to you all. Every time we have a question, we give you guys a call and we get an answer. So thank you.
Here, here. Thanks for that, Norma. Great way to end the panel. Much appreciation and thanks to you two and OCC. We're very fortunate for great folks in the Office of Chief Counsel. Thank you. All right, well, that's bringing us to the end of our agenda today, and a little early, which is nice. Folks can be able to pivot to dinner. Just a couple of announcements, just for sake, reminding folks that tomorrow morning we will start at 9 a.m. We'll be open and we'll be in here at 8:30 for coffee and snacks, and so and pastries. So please do come in early and socialize. But we'll start at 9. Additionally, we'll quickly take a group photo. If you all give the patience for that, we'll just kind of push this table back. We'll all gather here, tall people in the back, and we'll take a photo. And then otherwise, tomorrow, just for a quick kind of fresher of what we'll be jumping into, we'll start the day with our legislative update from Candace Cotton, our Director of the Office of Legislative Affairs. We'll then drop into a funding update from the Division of Financial Assistance, an emerging issues discussion around data centers, and we have some invited guests that will be here with us. We'll take a break. We'll have that look ahead with Ben Rogers, and then we'll round out with the rest of our regional board updates. Again, we're looking to adjourn tomorrow at about 1:30 or so, so we won't have a lunch. We'll kind of go late, but we'll have plenty of snacks for folks, so hopefully you're able to carry through that. Thank you all so much for a great first day here of 2026 WQCC. Look forward to tomorrow, and let's take a quick photo, but we'll be adjourned until tomorrow at 9:30 otherwise. Thanks for folks that joined us virtually. Really appreciate it, and much appreciation.